All right. Just double check those streams are up and running. I'm a backup different resolution. So figure oh, I probably got it set down the wrong thing. Weird's going on. Why is let's stop. Browse. What's the name of it? Browse. What's the name of this one here? Aha. That should kick in. Refresh on this. Oh, come on. This is kicking, right? Yeah, kicking, fine. Alright, I think we are live here. Lower than they'll recommend it. Let me just shut the vertical off one more time. Yelling at me. What the hell are you doing? I'm gonna refresh this. A bit weird. I think we're fine. Same health. Yeah, I think they must be doing something in the background with something with the vertical. Not entirely sure on that. Just turn the music off. Need that going. See if everything else is fine. Like the warning. Okay. Hit refresh on this one again. I'm wearing a backup stream correctly. Got some weird thing going on. That's new. I've never seen anything like that before. See. I have to do some test streams or something like that, I think. coming up because this is the second day in the row. I've seen some changes, or no, it's corrected now. I might just jettison my stream keys, rebuild new one. Soon, maybe. I don't know. Welcome everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. We're going to start working on our olive grove today. I'm going to share out my live stream, I think, on Discord. I don't usually share it out too much, but some people might be interested in what I might end up doing today. Obviously, the title doesn't really give much indication of some of the stuff I'm going to probably be doing. At first, I thought just Olive Grove, but how I do it might interest people. It's one of the reasons why I turned the music off. So I'm just going to share this out to people because they might find it interesting. Perhaps. It's almost like a test stream. I probably could have classified this as a test stream, but I want to do a gameplay session. I'm not really interested in doing a test stream on a test map or anything like that today. But some of the stuff I will be doing will be definitely different. Simply because I did update terraforming, and they did add some new function in there. So I will be figuring that out. So there we go. Also, I want to talk a little bit more about content creation today as well. I know I haven't really talked too much about content creation. I mean, I've talked a little bit here and there. There's definitely something while I'm getting this updated, there's definitely something going on with the YouTube algorithm, which is, I'm not the only content creator thinking this. So, I mean, I can, so not everyone talks about it, right? There are some that do, because they want to, figure it out. Or maybe they think a little bit like me and they're like, oh gosh, why is this happening? Right? So one of YouTube constantly changes. Nothing ever stays the same. What I do know is that viewer focus is the key direction at the moment with the algorithm. So as a viewer, and not as a content creator, but as a viewer, YouTube has given you the choice of what is displayed on your home tab or your home page and stuff like that, right? Traditionally, what would happen is that, you would probably, I don't know, subscribe to a channel, and then you get notification from that channel for Farming Simulator as an example, right? And then you get constant notifications, and they always show up in the live feed, right? So what they have done now is it's determined on your search, really. So what you do, what you search, and stuff like that. And so what they are doing is they are presenting information based on your search. in YouTube. It's as simple as that. Now, what that does is it jumps into what's called trending. Everybody has heard of trending. And as a result, that seems to be the new focus of YouTube. Trending and more control in the viewer. So really the viewers actually have more control than the content creator. Right? We can pull every single magic trick in the book. Keys, fancy thumbnails, title, all of that stuff, right? Now, of course, that still has an impact because you look at it and you say, oh, wow, I want to go there, right? However, what is really driving, I think, discoverability on YouTube is your search, right? And just take a look, just think of it this way. You normally have an interest in, I don't know, farming simulator videos. But then all of a sudden, you've got a DIY project where you need to rebuild an engine for a car or build a shelf. And you're like, well, I'm going to go on YouTube and I am going to go ahead and look for DIY, right? And you go ahead and you do a search for that. Eventually, your entire homepage gets flooded with DIY projects, and your farming simulator content that you normally prefer to watch on a regular binge watch session gets pushed to the back burner. Right? And in some cases, if you are like really stressed out about your DIY project, slowly but steadily, even notifications will not be as transparent too on the bell, which can happen there. Now, it may not necessarily be just search priority. You could have your phone and you may be talking in front of your phone and talking in front of your TV, if it's a smart TV or other smart devices, and it picks up your conversations. It may present stuff in your YouTube feed that is related to your conversation, right? I've noticed that. I'll start talking about something, and then all of us, I never really talk about on my YouTube channel or even in my search results when I'm setting. Like I just have the phone just sitting there, or I'm sitting in front of my TV at home, which is a Samsung Smart TV. And it just picks up certain things that I talk about. And then the next time I go into YouTube, it either provides me advertising on that subject or videos related to that subject out of the blue. I started noticing that probably in the last year or so. And you probably have heard other people talking about, how smart devices are listening. We can jump down the gravy train of tinfoil hat crazy train stuff too, I suppose. But the devices are listening, right? So, and they will customize and tailor what is provided as well. Now, it's not to say that the traditional ways of advertising a YouTube channel isn't there. It most certainly is. It's just not the number one priority. I think it's down a rung, right? So doing the necessary things of doing short feed video content, doing proper titles, proper stuff like that. But I think also most importantly, making sure that the stuff that you're doing on your channel is trending as well. So there's more of a narrow focus where I think if you really want to be super successful, you have to focus your content to the trends and understand what viewers are searching because the algorithm is determining in a huge way, in a huge way, like a crazy way. It's like beyond me. I can't really explain it, but I just tell people it's definitely different. I mean, you could put in as many, you know, key codes and stuff and everything like that. Now, there are channels that will still be successful. You know, if they're happy with their 40,000 subscribers that they have, most likely that's a built loyal brand audience, right? Um, and that's essentially what I think content creators will probably want to see, to build that brand loyalty um, to your particular channel, or even niche, I guess, too. There's niche competition in there as well, right? So if you take an example right now, you've got Giants, right? You got Farming Simulator and that racing game, right? So if you have a lot of people that end up jumping over to the other game, right? Then that would probably subtract from a particular niche that you're in. So you're going to see a lot of niche competition. You're probably going to see a lot more competition between languages as well. So if you have a channel and if you are bilingual, you might want to start doing content in two languages if you can. Um, as being a Canadian, and I don't speak French, but I know our politicians, they probably would do a very good job at running a Canadian strong content channel, because they are robust at doing their speech in English and French, um, when they're there. So if you ever go ahead and you get the Prime Minister of Canada in your country or whatnot, and he's on your national TV, you will probably notice that he will do his speech or parts of his speech in English and then in French, because they're both our national language. Um, just for you guys to be aware of. Um, but yeah, anything that you can do to, increase language functionality would help you out drastically. Um, anything that you can do with dubbing, right? So that also opens the door as well. Dubbing your content, do voiceovers in a different language, something of that nature. If you don't speak another language, that can be a little bit more challenging because you need a lot of resources and time to do that. For videos, it's probably a little bit easier, but having to like transform an entire live stream something might be not as advantageous, I guess, as the saying goes. Um, let's see here. Are we in the so? Oh, it's crazy. But those are factors to keep in mind. So as a viewer, you have a bit more control. And then if you're a content creator, these are things that you kind of have to be aware of. Channel growth, I think, is what everybody usually focuses on. If you have a loyal fan base or a loyal subscription base, you'll probably be okay if you're content with that and staying where you're at. But attracting new viewers may be a little bit more challenging. So basically, you're in boss mode right now with YouTube. Literal. Because of the new direction and focus of what they are looking at, right? In a gaming niche, either you can generate content, I think, that is interesting, informative is good. And then mostly the peak times that you'll probably see is when that game gets an update or new content added, like a DLC and stuff like that. Because you have to also realize that is a vast majority of people that like to float from game to game to game to game. Viewership is, I guess, has a bit of a short, you know, um, short focus, I guess, on things, as the saying goes. All right. So I think that's probably about what I would like to say on that. We are working on an olive grove today. I try to get some more of these trees out of here, I think. What I want to do. That's what we do. I also want to jump into terraforming. Terraforming has changed. So I want to try to play around with the new mechanic. Kind of curious to see if I can build a ditch. Is really what I want to do. It's kind of interesting. As you guys know, I put in the new roadway. There's also I installed the new leveler mods. I honestly don't know how they work exactly, but they are in there. I want to try to test them out. It says it's supposed to level and you know, try to manipulate the ground, but I honestly think the wording might be just, you know, for show, but I don't know. But I decided I thought, this can't be it. You need a script mod to do some of this stuff, right? It sort of went through my mind. But I thought, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So I decided to install those. There was like about 2 of them. So whether it works or not, I don't know. So I'm gonna give that a try. So there's that. Let me think here. So to do that, we're gonna do some maybe terraforming to a degree. I kind of want to put a ditch in. Is something, or try something to do with ditching. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but we'll figure it out. So we'll look at that at some point in the live stream. And yeah. The survey tool has changed, is basically what has happened. So the way that you can set up a survey is done differently now. And it kind of caught my eye. I started playing with it yesterday. Not on a live stream, but on one of my test maps. Because I went ahead and updated my mods and everything like that. And I knew that Terraform had some new functionality added into it, but I wasn't sure exactly what. But I was like, oh, this is different. I didn't play with it too much. I played with it a little bit. And then I just sort of stepped back, and then as I started thinking about it for the past couple of days, I was like, well, what's the possibilities? What's the benefits of these changes, or what can I do that I couldn't do before? And then I started thinking, I could probably build a ditch. The survey tool is basically, it feels like it's changed to the point that it's more precise. So if you want to do small projects and stuff like that, you can, right? Whereas this survey tool was just a blank slate, right? It just is what it is, right? You set your angle and you go downhill. But this seems to, I don't know, create like a a channel or a little working area, more precise working area. Oh boy, I'm getting... The heck is going on here? I am really getting bogged down to the dirt. I think the snow is doing something. But anyways, that's sort of what I started thinking, and I thought, well, does this mean that I can probably create my own ditches? And I think honestly it's a distinct possibility. And it'll also help with my rail project too, right? Because as you know, my area is a much wider, and obviously I could probably put, what, 3 or 4 rail tracks next to each other if I wanted to in this section. So we'll see what we can do with regards to that. This road's going to get an auto drive course put down on it. Just going to mention that too. Probably, what is it? What do you call it? A bi-directional path where you can go both directions. Put one of those on there. I don't know if I'll use it, but it's going to be there. Man, I am really getting stuck in the mud here. It really slows my tractor down. I'm not using a mod, by the way, for this. I don't have a real dirt mod. I'm noticing something very different. It's like a lot of resistance. When I drive on this muddy field. So I wonder if Giants has changed something. I'm also looking forward to the Fredo pack or Frito pack, or I don't know. Whatever you call it. Be trying that out. I have a rough idea of how it works. Doing that. And then, yeah, it'd be good. I do love the textures and everything that they've done. It just, I don't know, the mud just seems better. I don't know. Maybe it's always been that way. It's hard to say. No. Yeah, it's really muddy in here. And what else will I say? I haven't talked about it much, but I am still trying to get up to 1,000 subs. So if folks want to hit me up with a sub, that would be fantastic. Definitely would help me out. My goal is to hit 1,000 subs, and then I want to do a public live stream, 24-hour live stream. That'll be open to the community. It'll be on a farming simulator map. And I want to do a massive silage harvest is sort of what I want to do. That's my plan. So, I would say the support that I've gotten, I think for the past, to say probably month has been fantastic. I've seen a lot of growth. So I want to thank everyone that has subscribed to the channel. And hopefully we can keep the momentum going. I have been doing a little bit of changes here and there. As I said, I love my overlays on my live streams. So I made some modifications to the current horizontal. As you can see, I got tweaked just a little bit more space, I think, to make the game a little bit larger on the large format. I might make some more adjustments because I'm noticing I could probably kick Kiram Gaming up a little higher. Crashes, I probably will adjust that to make that a teeny bit larger. And then we'll go from there. I might make some adjustments to the widgets. As you know, I do enjoy my widgets. Maybe I can make it a little bit smaller, or I'm not sure if I can really make it any more changes on that. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll definitely see what we can do with regards to that. I've been debating on whether I want to keep the dinosaur there or not, and put something else in. As you know, I do have my versatile tractor in there. I was very, I've had that in there for a while, but I had something else there. I can't remember what it was previously. But I kicked that out. And we just got, you got the versatile in there. I'll probably put something up else in a corner somewhere. I don't know. Dino has been there for a while. Have to think of something. Isolating these images like the tractor and also the dinosaur is originally was not an easy task to do. But they've gotten better with some of their tools with regards to that. So we'll see. I use DaVinci Resolve for building my my overlays. My overlays are videos basically running in the background, in case anyone wanted to know. Which is not an easy feat. If your system is starved for resources, right, it is not easy, right? You need to do a lot of research, a lot of optimization to get video overlays to run in the background. And that's what it is, right? A lot of content creators will either use browser sources or static images, like an image, right? And they will throw that in there, or they'll just go completely cold turkey and they'll say, I'm just going to do full screen of my gameplay, right? So it's a tuned fork of balancing the resources of your system, and at the same time, putting out your video game, right? Playing your video game. So balancing all of that is not an easy thing to do, right? And multi-streaming on top of that. As you guys have probably noted in the past, I have live streamed horizontal, vertical on YouTube, and at the same time on Twitch and Kick, and have a video overlay and playing a game. Right? And through the period, even today, and I'm playing higher end games, right? So when I first got into it, with the same PC, I had issues playing World of Warcraft. But I've gotten so good at optimizing things and finding different ways to sort of, get that little extra bit of juice out of my system so that I can do, bigger, better things, right? and everything like that. The other thing too is I also run scripts, and I also run a bot system hosted on my computer. So I mean, you guys probably see bot tricks, but there is a lot of stuff that is actually running on my PC in the background that are all scripts. The widgets, I don't have them uploaded to, Stream Elements or anything like that. Those are hosted and run off of my system directly, right? So I am I am really pushing out the stuff on my stream, even though it may not look like much or anything like that. There's a lot of system resources that are involved there. And I think too, more or less, what started from when I first started streaming, I started off with videos. Then I started off with figuring out, how do I make the live stream look better, right? And then I started doing live streams, and then I started multi-streaming. And I started doing, horizontal and vertical streaming. And then also trying to get the best, codec. Most people don't know this, but if you don't have the right settings and the right resources set on your studio program, YouTube gives you a crappy codec, right? AVC is probably the most, crappiest codec you could ever get. But most content creators push to get the best codec, which is VP9, right? And that's just simply meeting YouTube's expectation, right, of what they expect, right? So that's either bit rate and encoder settings in your OBS to ensure you get that while you're doing your live stream, right? Understanding that can be a bit of a headache, especially for a new streamer that's trying to get into, doing live stream. They'll be like, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. I don't care about a bit rate. Why do I need better internet? Do I actually need better internet? Right? And these are all the things that come to mind, right? Why does my live stream look like crap, right? I watch it. All of this system resources all have an impact, especially if you're doing it all off your system, right? There are some content creators that have 2 PCs. If you can have 2 PCs, that's probably the ideal way to go. Have your encoding all handled on one PC, and then do all your gaming on one PC, right? On the other one. That way you can max out the crap out on your gaming PC, and then let all the encoding done all on the other PC. Right? Save yourself some time and keep your GPU cooler, right? But other things to think about too on PC, a lot of people usually just install, especially if you have a new game, and this is for anyone that's got a game, right? A lot of people think, well, I have the greatest and best graphics card in the world, and I can go ahead and install any game on there, and it's going to run right off the bat without any issues. More and more, I think I'm seeing that that's not the case anymore. You need to have a little bit of an understanding of how your graphics card drivers work. I'm not saying that I'm an expert on it, but it's sort of the direction that I'm going in. I used to be under the impression that, oh, well, I'm just going to let NVIDIA decide for me, and I will just set everything to ultra in my game settings, right? And then off we go, and it'll be all good because I got the best card in the world, right? But more and more, that's not becoming the case anymore. myself, I'm at, for some games I may do that, but I'm starting for specific games, especially games that I live stream. I'm now actually setting up specific driver-based profiles and optimizing that way, right? And just, kicking it out means that I got to put in more work, right? To do that. But I've noticing more and more letting, you know, uh, NVIDIA or the game decide for me what's best isn't always the best thing to do. Go figure. So more and more, I'm usually jumping into the bandwagon of, well, I'm going to have more hands-on control over it. I'm going to decide, what is the best settings to use. A lot of the driver settings are set to automatic. So what that does is it means that your computer, Microsoft, decides what's best for you. But that may not be the best scenario, because it might prioritize those resources for I don't know, Copilot, right? AI, maybe hardware acceleration of Chrome or Edge. Yeah, you give that over to the operating system. A lot of people don't know this, but even Discord has hardware acceleration, where it actually will tap into your graphics card to use resources. There goes your frame, right? Your frames per second. Your web browser too. So if you're gaming and you've got a second monitor and you've got, or maybe in the background, you've got a video playing or a YouTube video playing in a browser, right? Chrome, Edge, and I think there's a few other browsers use something called hardware acceleration, and it will use your system resources for that, and it will sap that from your gameplay, right? There's certain things to be aware of. So even, with an older system that you may have, right? Knowing even some of this stuff might help you out, right? Especially if you start noticing, your system starts slowing down and whatnot. And he's like, well, nothing has really changed, right? But these are all factors that most people don't really know about, really. No. All right, let's just push this little guy back here. I'm making quite a mess over here. That's okay. Here, and try to pick up another load here of logs, and we'll get it loaded in. Go. What was going to say? We will be. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about Be My Tracker as well. What did I notice? Oh yes, that's right. I think you're gonna see a lot more from Be My Tracker. It's gonna build in the community big time. I'm just gonna say that. Um, so Theme now has a workshop section. So they just now this workshop, if you're not sure what workshop is, it basically allows, you know, the gaming community to add benefit to a product that they sell on Steam. In most cases, if it's a game, they'll allow the modding community to upload mods or additions to a particular game, right? Or have other tools that might help with a particular product of Steam, story, right? So what they have got up there is the community is now doing, I guess, profiles, right? So you've got Farming Simulator up there doing people making profiles for Farm Sim that you can try out. So if you are, and also that goes for American Truck Simulator, Construction Simulator, ETS, Flight Simulator, whatever simulator you can think of is up there literally. And you can go ahead and try that out if you wish. It is definitely available to you. And what it is it basically sets the specific settings to make it so that the beam tracker will operate in a certain way. Because there's a lot of settings. I haven't really tweaked much with it. I might look at it a little bit. I might try some profiles. Because I can save my current profile if I want. Or I can just reload the game and uninstall and reload the uninstall and reinstall Be My Tracker if I want, which is perfectly fine. There's no issues there. So I think it's coming a long way. I think honestly it's going to take off, especially if content creators support it. Like myself, I try to use it on my live streams pretty much all the time, and not just because, oh, I want everyone to use it or anything like that. It's because I enjoy it. It's an experience that just blows my mind, to tell you the truth. But if you take like the Farm Sim guy, he's got an entire series that he's doing in cab, which I think is brilliant, by the way. Where he does the series in cab. And to be fair, it's not everybody's cup of tea to watch a video while someone's completely in cab. The video is for people that are not just into Beam Eye Tracker. He does have stuff that is outside of the cab. And he does have some time-lapse moments in his videos for that too. So I think it's, I don't know, a very fair approach to the series, I think. So there's something for everyone, really, to tell you the truth. So I've also noticed other live streamers starting to, you know, use the Be My Tracker on live streams similar to what I do. The main caveat that most people had was, oh, well, it's going to look ridiculous if I'm looking down at my cup or I'm taking a drink or something like that, right? And sure enough, it probably does look a little ridiculous at times. But you can find a healthy balance in between the two, right? You can do in cab and out of cab and whatnot. And just simply go with what feels right. Right now I'm out of cab because this machine I don't really have set up nicely for, well, for the love of me, I'm not able to, get it to, program the front blade properly. So I almost had it set up once, with my controllers, but no, it's not that great. All right, so we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna unload this. So I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible so that I can get into probably some of the more fun stuff. I kind of want to, I mean, I've yarded this stuff before. I want to get into doing the terraforming stuff and the new terraforming stuff. So I'm probably, once I get this lot cleared out, I'm going to remove the stumps. And then I'm going to buy a smaller excavator. And then I kind of want to, or even maybe the trencher, because I do have Farm Sim guys, or sorry, not Farm Sim guys, FS Miners trencher mod. Basically, it's like this big giant chainsaw that goes into the ground, right? That's what it looks like, and it digs out a trench for them and stuff like that, right? I'm gonna try that out, maybe buy it. I mean, I got 14 million to spend, right? So probably sell it off if I don't like it. And then try out some of the new survey functions that that I've discovered with the latest version of Terraform. Here, I'm gonna move these forward. Or actually, yeah, forward, and see if I can get it to work. It's kind of interesting. I am going to use the technique probably for my rail project, but I think building a trench or a ditch system is probably a good test, really, because it's not too complicated like my rail system is turning out to be, and it's a little bit more simplified, right? And it's, you can make it a straight route, right? You just make a straight line, and I mean that's what a ditch is, right? Right? You kind of go out here, and if I turn my flashlight on, oh yeah, and then you just do right across, right? But there's some interesting stuff with this survey tool thing that they've done. I don't know if the original survey stand is even a thing anymore. I think they might have gotten rid of that altogether. I don't know if that still has a function. It might be gone. And you have to use the new survey system, perhaps, which is more of a digitalized one. You can set the width and the angle, and you can set different waypoint along the ditch or whatever you're trying to terraform. It's fascinating, very interesting. So it's all digitized. So the funny thing is I think everybody in the construction industry started out with the traditional survey tool, which you see in Terraform now, where that little tripod stand goes up and you take your readings, right? But nowadays, I think to a degree, it's all computerized now. So you can actually map things out, plug in coordinates and all of that into a computer in the cab of the machine. And that's sort of what I think the developers of Terraform has done. They're taking it into that, into that realm of things, is how I see it. So no more little tripod setup. I think he's I don't know. They might still have the tripod as a function because that might be. There are benefits to using that, I suppose. But the new features for Terraform are kind of interesting. It feels like it's more, software driven in how you set up your grades and your surveys for whatever project you're planning on to work on in farms. So, like I said, I played with it a little bit on my test map a few days ago, just to get a rough idea of how it works. And the interesting thing too, what I noticed is that when you set it, you can set it as a profile. So you can save it, right? And then you can name it. So you could call it Fred's Ditch, right? Back to the ditch or water canal project, right? And what was I going to say? You can save it, and then you can go into Terraform on another machine, is what I'm guessing. I didn't go that far, but looking at it, that's my assumption. And you can go ahead and you can select, Fred's Ditch. And you can go ahead and apply it to another machine, and it will follow that. Now, with the current survey tool, how it works is you put the little tripod up, and it only calculates the run angle, right? So what you can do with the new survey tool, the digitalized one, as I'm calling it, the computerized one, is you can set different waypoints. So from point A to point B, right? You might have like, a 4.5 degree downgrade. And then once you reach that point, maybe you want it to flatten it out. So from point B to point C, you can set it to, maybe 0 degrees, right? Because you want it actually flat. You don't want a 3-degree down slope any longer, right? And then from point C to D, it's at 0 degrees. Then from D to E, you want it back up to 3, right? So you can do this, and it's all plotted out in a little course kind of thing. It's interesting. And once it's programmed in, you apply it to the machine. And as you're working through the ditch, or whatever your project is, it will dig it out based on that dimension. Now, here's the real kicker, which really I think is the brainchild of it, is you can set the width. The width. So, for the most part, like with my train project, I'm using the traditional tripod survey tool, right? And as you probably noticed, I have this massive angle, right? The whole slope is one big giant slope, right? Well, I can narrow that in. I can set it to like a narrow trench. So usually, if you take the front of this machine here, right? With the old version of Terraform, and I set a 2 degree, maybe a 3 degree slope right up to this little mound here, let's just say, from the tractor, right? That means all the way over here would be that same degree, right? All the way left to right, right? That's how that survey tool works. But with the new digitalized one, what I can do is I can narrow it to the size of the machine. So from this blade to this blade, right? And I map that out. And what would happen is that when I use the machine and I start digging my 3-degree trench downgrade, right, to, where's that little thing? Yeah, right there, or maybe that one. Anyways, down to there, right? It will only cut in here. And then if I drive the machine over here, it won't cut in here. It won't allow me to terraform. It will maintain the ditch, or whatever it is. right? The only the working area. So you have more control from what I can see with, how you build your ditch. Oh crap, I forgot to let that go. So I don't know. I'm really excited. I think the Terraform team has just, I don't know, outdone themselves with Terraform. It's fantastic. And hopefully Giants is paying attention because I think the amount of stuff that we're seeing, I mean, there's a huge push for heavy equipment, right? There's a lot of people right now, a lot of content creators are live streaming heavy equipment, right? There's Farm Sim Freak, he's gotten into doing logging. What is it? FDR, he's back, right? You've got Eric the Crazy Viking and his whole crew, right? Doing a lot of heavy equipment, right? So it's there. I mean, there is a demand, and there's a lot of people who watch this content on a regular basis, right? I pop into their channels and I lurk in the background and I watch, right? And heck, I even do the content myself, right? I do logging and I do what else? I do construction on here. Those guys that I'm talking about, they take it in a whole different crazy town world, I'm telling you right now. It's just phenomenal, some of the stuff. I mean, they go real serious into it, I'm telling you, right? Which is amazing. Should check out their streams, by the way. But but anyways, I'm getting off topic. My point is that it would be kind of interesting. It's almost getting to the point where you're getting like construction simulator inside farming simulator, right? From the mods itself, right? And for those that are content creators and anyone that wants that in here in the game, it's possible. You keep on pushing content out that's related to construction, you could probably see Giant saying, maybe we better rethink this, right? We should probably add some more construction functionality and editing tools to our ability to the game, right? Just add it in, right? And I think it'll get people's attention, right? I mean, look at logging, right? People started doing a lot of logging with the logging league, I think in 22, and then we got all sorts of a full-on logging DLC, right? It would be fantastic if we got maybe a construction DLC, right? I know it sounds a little weird, but and they are looking at how they change and use the landscape. I mean, you take the Fredo pack that's coming out on Tuesday, right? The weather is going to impact your field. The weather impacts everything else. You're seeing terrain changes and stuff like this, right? And they overhauled the meshing system for the landscape, right? Even I was mentioning earlier, it feels like really difficult for me to drive in the mud at the earlier part of this particular stream because it's raining or snowing, right? So you start adding all these elements in and you get a more dynamic game style is what I think is what we're going to see for Farming Simulator. Like right now I am really slowing down. I'm down to 6 kilometers per hour, and that's because it's snowing. And I've got my finger on the gas here full max. But as soon as I get on the grass, you're going to notice that I'm going to start picking up. And I'm not using a mod, by the way. Just to let you know. See, there we go. We're going faster now. Now I'm up to 24, 25. I mean, that's crazy. So they must have did something. They might have added something in. I think Giant, probably. Maybe in preparation for this new pack to come out. I don't know. But it leads me to believe some more interesting stuff is going to come down the pipeline. That's going to just maybe blow our socks away. I mean, I've seen other content creators suggest the same thing. saying, well, why are they putting this in here and that in there, right? Um, um, I think Clutch was speculating things. I'm watching his chit chat about that new pack coming out. Anyways, I'm getting all over the place, but it just sort of extra information on the terraforming. So once I get this sorted out, I'm eager to get into building my trench and just to see how it works. I thought about doing a test map, but I thought I don't think I'm going to do too much destruction. Usually with Terraform, I usually like to be a bit cautious, and I usually like do a test map if I try a new test feature or something. But I don't think this is going to be too bad. See, I'm right down to 6 kilometers per hour, and I'm just going to try it out. I think also what you're going to see is with the terraforming with this new surveying tool, usually a lot of people go with the standardized excavators, you know, like the one that I got over there that's got the grapple on there, or something larger. You guys have seen me do that, or larger equipment. I honestly think you're probably going to see some people using some landscaping varieties of equipment, maybe even a skid steer or something like that, right? So as you know, landscaping companies generally will have those little smaller sized excavators that they will have on the property to do some digging of, you know, I don't know, to put piping in for, I don't know, the household or and whatnot, right? Not the oversized street variety, but you know, the small ones that are like for to help, you know, put cement in an area or loose gravel in a certain area that can get around a little corner on a property because there's rose bushes on the left and rose bushes on the right, and you can't bring a big giant cat excavator in, even though you're like saying, oh damn, I just want to kill these stupid roses, why are they there? Right? But you can't do that because, well, some of the customer's going to come out and yell at you, right? um but I think we probably would see a lot more people using the smaller equipment. So you could probably put a little ditch if you wanted to. Um, what else? Um, Interesting thing with logging roads. So there's a lot of logging maps out there, right? And you do see a lot of farming simulator content creators build logging roads, right? Now, for logging road maintenance, generally what you want to do is, in most cases, logging roads are not flat. Well, depending on where you are, I suppose. But usually the ones in the mountains, they are not usually flat. They are made in such a way for water drainage, optimizing water drainage. So a lot of the times you will see usually high angles. So it won't be completely flat. It'll be like on an angle. It may look like you're going on a straight road straight, but one side will be higher than the other side for water drainage. The other thing too that you may even see on logging roads is proper drainage. So if you're going down slope, it's usually a little bit more difficult to ensure that you're going to have proper drainage. So what they will have is a rut in the middle of the road where there's like a cross channel that goes to the quickest exit point. So the water goes down one side of the road, and then it gets to a point and it starts catching, and then it flows across the road off the side of the slope into the tree line or whatever, if there's a big giant like embankment. Probably is a crappy slope to work with, but let's say this is my road, right? And you're driving along, right? As you can see, this side is higher. You might have a slope here. Not that high, obviously, but it would be gradually sloped so that the runoff would go this way, right? because you want it to dissipate. But sometimes you may have to have a situation like maybe this is a turn, right? It'll have an embankment going that way, and then you're going to turn this way, right? A lot of the times what will happen, they'll have like a cross channel that goes like this across the road, like on an angle, so that it catches over here, and then it just runs across the road here, and it's just a small little channel, subtle channel that they put in just to drain the water that catches up in this particular area so that it flows right off. You may even see, some content creators going to that degree of building logging roads in the game. Might start seeing proper water, not retention. What's the word I'm looking for? To get rid of water. Right? Off the road system, because you have to realize water is the enemy of your road. It's going to destroy it, right? You put aggregate down, you put sand down, right? And you got heavy trucks going up and down, right? You need to have something there. I mean, look at what we're dealing here, right? Like I showed you on the field back there, right? The terrain is different, right? So the more that we have the ability to change the terrain in the game, you might end up having to refocus how you're going to address water on the road, right? Proper drainage so that your road doesn't wash away, right? I mean, the weather will go ahead and destroy your field. Why wouldn't it go ahead and destroy your road and farm sim, right? Maybe you have to do road maintenance every so often. I mean, you could add that type of realism in, is what I'm trying to say, and make a completely different, dynamic to the game. You could probably even do it now. I mean, with some of the stuff that Giants has already put in there, right? I'm pretty sure a very smart modder who knows how to do the coding and understands everything and the meshing and all of that good stuff, which I am not, by the way. They could go ahead and take a look at it and say, I could do this. I could make realistic road situation, right? Because I've got, I don't know, FDR logging. He likes chewing up his logging roads all the time, right? So I'm going to make it a little bit more challenging for him so that he has to do road maintenance in his gameplay session or something like that. I'm picking on FTR simply because he's like the logging, right? But but just think of it, you get roads that get mushy like this, right? Like the field, right? Someone figures out a realistic mod like that. Then you need to, you have to think, what if they start adding water, right? The ability for water to do more things. We've seen some amazing water stuff in 25, right? You get the rippling effect from the boats on the waterway. You drive your tractor in there. You get a little bit of rippling from that. All sorts of things. If they do more stuff with the water, maybe down the road it starts raining and you start getting floods. I don't know, right? Or someone figures out to make flooding a possibility. I know in FS22 there was flooding of fields mod. I used that on my Chilliwack map in FS22 because in the Fraser Valley where I live in Chilliwack, we do get a lot of rain, and it is quite common to see large puddles of water sitting on the field, right? Probably the farmer's not too happy about that, but it's what it is. We're a very wet area, just to let you guys know. But like I said, obviously if you can put that in FS22, you could put it into 25. Now in 22, there wasn't anything to do with the changing of, how the the ground react to it. Because Giants never put the meshing system in 22. It's in 25, right? So if someone was smart enough to figure out, well, how can I manipulate the meshing system with flooded water? What could I get? Right? So then if you figure that out, as you know, the road system has changed where it's more of a texture. You can edit it and change it and all of that stuff, right? So it's tied into that mesh system. That means that someone that's building a logging road and they somehow have some sort of flooding mod or a water movement mod or something like that that manipulates the meshing, that would be like wild, right? So then you're back to what I'm saying with terraforming, right? That means that Mr. FDR Logging or anyone else that does a lot, or even Farm Sim Freak, I know he does a lot of logging maps as well. They'll be like, damn, I can't just go ahead and bulldoze through the forest. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to address my water problem. Right? I'm going to have to think about how I'm going to get rid of this water, right? And I think that would be just brilliant. I think it would just, knock their socks off. But they're like, oh crap, I can't just focus about tearing out trees and putting a road down. I need to focus on all of the aspects of what's going on, where the water is coming from, how it impacts my soil, how the rain affects it, all of that. It's crazy. And I think, that could happen. And I think it would be quite popular. I think that would be great. I mean, I would have to do that. I mean, down there, I got that crazy hill back there, right? You probably have seen my short videos where I struggle going up that damn hill all the time, right? Just imagine that road gets washed out or I get water on it, right? What am I going to do then, right? It adds an extra, gameplay challenge to how I play my game or whatever. Because then I have to think, okay, well, how am I going to deal with the water, right? I can't just take a bulldozer and just plow through, right? So, and I'm not like I said, I'm not a modding expert, but I honestly think, if someone sat down and knew modding, probably say, you know what? I think that might be possible even right now. Or it's pretty damn close, right? Any modder that deals with terrain or anything of that nature that understands how the meshing system works and how it changes and how the environment aspect of it, like some of the realistic mods, right, that are out there, that understands that side, because I have a feeling it's probably a sign, right? It's not just putting a vehicle into the game, right? It's actually understanding the whole landscape of the map and everything, right? Is my guess. Maybe it's as simple as pi. I don't know. I've only got a few more piles here. And then we're going to test it out. I got them all cleared out. I'll probably eventually start loading at some, but I think I might just start working my trench. Haven't really figured out if I want to. Yeah, I got about 4 piles here. Probably grind everything up. Now, what was I going to say? Aside from all of the chit chat about, what would be pretty cool to add into the game, or what I think could be feasibly possible even now, but it's just that no one has gotten around to building it or figuring out how to make it happen. Something else I want to say, I live in the Fraser Valley, and for the most part, I'm at about maybe slightly under sea level or slightly above sea level or at sea level. So that means that we are prone to flooding, essentially, in the Fraser Valley of where I live. But thankfully, when the settlers first came here and they started building in Chilliwack in the Fraser Valley, and maybe it was a lot cheaper to get labor at the time to do this type of project. I don't even know how much it would cost to build what we have in the Fraser Valley. But we have basically where I live, we have a Sumas Plain, and that was traditionally a lake. And when settlers first came here, probably in the 1940s or maybe even earlier than that, they were aware that the land was very fertile because not the whole area was a lake, but based on the land that's around there. I'm going to get to terraforming in a moment after I explain everything. Okay, so, are you going to talk about terraforming or are you just going about Chilliwack? Anyways, I'm getting to, I have a point, okay? So I'm getting there. Just bear with me. Anyways, so history lesson is that it's traditionally a Sumas lake bed. The farmers that settled here figured out that, based on, some of the soil next to the lake is very fertile. They said, well, if this is fertile, just imagine at how fertile the soil is under that water, right? That's pretty much a no-brainer there. People can probably come to the same conclusion, right? So they decided, well, let's go ahead and drain that lake, and we will turn it all into farmland. So what had transpired at that time, and probably it would take a lot of money right now, probably ridiculous. I don't know how they did it back then, but inflation back then, things were relatively cheap, right? We don't have a lot of rules and regulations on safety. We don't have, all sorts of expenses, bureaucracy at its best, right? So everything is cheap, right? Oh, I just need a job. Well, here you go, son. I've got a job for you. Here's a shovel. Let's start digging out this area and draining this lake. Like, well, gee, Mr. Kiram, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to work for you. And say, well, you're a fine lad. Just jump in there. Here's a shovel. Get at it. Right? That's how it was, right? Essentially what ended up happening is they did drain it. They put in a massively large dike system in everywhere, and they put in the fields. Now, of course, the dike is a retention wall, but they still had the problem because, like I said, it's about below sea level or above sea level, right? So that means tide water can come in, it can flood it, ground gets saturated. The lake could form inside the dike. It doesn't need the river systems to feed it. Maybe the river system can under the ground, right? Whatever happens, right? So they said, well, we need to do more. So what they do is they put drainage canals in around the fields. If you download FS22's Chilliwack map, just play it. If you play FS22 or have it, just install it. You will notice that there is a lot of different ditches along the almost every field. Not every field, but most of the fields. That is what Chilliwack and the Fraser Valley had done. They put in a bunch of drainage channels, which worked out fantastic. So every farmer had a way to get water in during the summer, and then during the rainy and wet season, they had ways to get the water out. Probably in the 60s and 70s and maybe 80s, 90s, and even up to current day. Eventually, that didn't really, do much. I mean, it did. It probably helped, but as you know, with climate change and we get more rain and stuff, eventually they upgraded it where they put pump systems in where they can actually use a pumping station to regulate the water coming in and out around circles for season. Um, over here. And so then they added pumps. Chilliwack has pumps pretty much everywhere near the major water areas, channels, and that allows water to come in and out of the local rivers. So if we get a dry season, they just turn on the pumps and they set the flow to bring the water into the agricultural zone, right? So that farmers can get free water. And then during usually spring, which we're in right now, and probably fall, those are usually our wet seasons. We get a lot of rain, like even, I think this past week we had a atmospheric river, complete downpour. Even my neighbor's tree kind of was toppling over, and he had to get out there with the chainsaw and cut it down. So the tree's gone. Anyways, just because of ground saturation, just a lot of water, right? So you need to find a way to regulate that. So they put the pump systems in. So, what we could potentially do in Farming Simulator, if you wanted to do something like that, you get a map that's like, well, I guess you could probably do it on this map too, but maybe if a forestry map, and you have this Let's Play series where you want to, what do I want to say here? I'm trying to think here. Well, I want to go ahead and I want to put in a farm field, right? And it's next to a river. You could probably put in your own water channel, right? Especially, and there are some maps that have the water table come in. Not sure if it's in FS25, but I've seen it in 22 where you can, on some maps, if you dig down far enough, eventually the water will pop up. I think No Man's Land did that. TV Canyon Crossing, I know for sure did that. Anyways, you could probably dig your own ditch, your own irrigation channels is what I'm trying to say. And so back to terraforming. You'll be able to use, this is the last pile. You'll be able to go ahead and kind of do all of that stuff, really, right? Just use the new survey tool function, and you could, build your own irrigation system to your heart's content. And then you get someone, I don't know, that gives you like maybe a decorative pump station, put at the end of it, and maybe they can regulate the water going in and out. I don't think we have much control over the water in the game yet, but excuse me, but if Giants was to allow us to do that, I think that would be fantastic. So you could create an entire water irrigation. This is a mess. And it's done. That's all that matters. I feel sorry for this. This is not my field, by the way, buddy. That there. I need to take a sip of my pop. I've been talking. I'm excited, okay? I think I need another sip. There we go. That's better. If the music goes off, usually, oh, Kiram's got he's gonna get on his soapbox or something. The saying goes. Yeah, we're gonna stop grind here. Much as I want to get into it, but this is my new stump grinder, by the way. So I finally got that. I got rid of the other thing. So I'm pretty sure everybody is aware of this. I had, I think a tractor hooked up to this mulcher. Now I got this thing. So good job. I go ahead and just take this out. It's a godsend. I probably should have bought this a long time ago. I'm just gonna get rid of all these stumps, and then I think I'm going to maybe fast forward time. I'm gonna go probably till 8 a.m. so that we can get the sun out. Because then it'll be a little bit easier for folks to kind of see things a little bit. I was just moving logs right now, and I'm stump grinding, and there's not really much to see. But when I get to the nitty gritty, I'll just I'll do a sleep trigger till 8 a.m. And we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't jump me into January, though. What my concern is, maybe I have to, I don't know. Well, it's getting to 3 a.m. Maybe I might be fine. I could probably speed up time a little bit. I really don't want to fast forward time too much. Like, I don't want to make the mistake of jumping to January because there's other things on the map that I need to take care of, right? So I follow kind of a little bit of a schedule. Let's go into settings. Let's go to game control. Let's just bump this up to what, maybe 10 times. And then I'll just watch it. And once the sun starts perking out, I'll just drop it back down to 2, which I think would probably be a good thing. Do I have to save this, or do I just hit escape? We're set. We're good. So we'll let that do its thing. We'll jump over. And we'll see what we can do with Terraform. So even though I've talked about Terraform a lot, yes, there is a olive grove going in here. So in case people are like, well, how come the video says it's olive groves? Well, we're building an olive grove. So that's what's going in here. This area was all full of trees. So I took out the trees, and then I'm going to start working the ground. And then by March, that's when I can plant olives. I put olives in here, and we will be doing olives. Because I need olives for my oil factory, which is coming in the near future. I gotta blow my nose. So it should be exciting. I think the game series is getting a little bit closer to where I'm going to be doing a lot more automation. So using whatever you call it there, horseplay and auto drive. So I'm going to be relearning how to do that a little bit. I already use it a little bit, horseplay. Not as much as I did in PB Rivers, or PB Canyon Crossing and FS25. But we're getting there. One thing that I don't have on this map is auto drive route. So I don't have a map set up yet, so I'll have to create some routes, which will be good. Then I can relearn how to do auto drive. It's like riding a bike. You just get in there and you just start going through the functions, and you try to figure things out and see how it all works out. I think I missed some stumps over here. It's fine if it's falling, just as long as it doesn't start stacking up, because that ends up being a fill type. So I made the road a little wider than I thought I would make it the other day. And it's a dirt one. I'm not sure if I really want it that wide. It's hard to say. But then I thought, well, if I'm going to have a large truck on there, like it's larger than what's really needed for like Olive Grove equipment. But you never know. Maybe I want to use it for access route for my truck in the area too. I don't know. I thought, well, I'll just make it wide, a little bit wider. Got an up way over here. I think I'm gonna fast forward time. I got I don't know what happened here. I was using Terraform, but as you can see, like some sort of bump here. What happened? I think you know what I did was I pushed over here, but I didn't continue on. I don't know. Park this right here, I guess. This spot. Shut off. Okay, let's go fast forward time. Hopefully my... Oh, you know what else I need to do? I need to feed my... too. My silage is very low. I think my silage might be ready. Okay, I'm going to sleep trigger to 8. Hope it doesn't go into January. I don't think it should. It should go to... Are we still in December? Yes, we are. Thank God. Yeah, I can turn down the speed. Hoping it would just get there as quickly as possible. I'm going to go back to real time. The days are shorter because it's winter. Make it realistic here. So you can see a lot of stuff is starting to stockpile up here. So, I have a solution for my sugar cane, which I'm gonna do right now. I just remembered because I just saw that. Oh, put it right over here. Good friend of mine, Mark Thor, did me a solid. He got me a multi-fruit silo. So, thank you, Mr. Mark Thor. I don't usually like to ask a lot of favors of him. I'm not usually a person is like that. I don't ask a lot of favors. And I usually like to keep my favor credits to a minimum. So to when I completely need something, right? Or really, really want something. And then I will usually reach out and say, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you build this for me? Or can you do this for me? Or something. And Mark Thor is usually my go-to guy whenever I do that kind of thing. He's been a good friend of the channel for many years. Used to play the game together. I was playing on Argsy Gaming maps stuff, so great person. So I really do appreciate him doing this for me. Because I said, you know what? I'm dumping sugarcane on the ground. Yeah, help me out. I would like to have a silo, sir. So what he did was he gave me a silo and he said to me, I'm going to give you a discount, man. I'm going to allow you to buy it for $1,000. And I said, well, fantastic. I will take that. So this is a multi-fruit silo and it holds 100,000 liters. I don't know if I want to put it here. 100 million liters of product. So I think I'm going to put it over here. Just like that. So there we go. So we got that. You can dump in it's a multi-fruit thing. So you can put everything in. PV Rivers has probably one of the largest fill type grouping you could ever think of. Literally. There's a lot of fill types, different crops. There's hemp, there's tomatoes, there's cucumbers, there's pumpkins, there's hemp, there's cranberries. You can do cranberries on this map. I mean, a lot of stuff. Okay. So I have that now down there. We're going to go ahead and see if I can figure out how to help that in there. I don't know if this trailer works, but anyways, it's there. I'm happy. So super solid. I'm going to share his Discord channel so he doesn't normally, like, he doesn't have like a GitHub or anything like that. He just shares out his edits and stuff in his Discord channel. So I'm going to actually grab, I think I'm going to try to get an invite if it's open. A lot of people usually leave server invites open. So I'm going to see if I can generate a server invite from his Discord. He's very active in the Discord too. Like, you may see him from time to time in live streams, but he always seems to greet people in the morning. Good morning, everybody, in Discord. So he's quite active. So if you want to get in touch with him, you can. He has a lot of stuff from FS25, so if you still play FS25, he has that. He's converting mods over to 25. He's the guy that came up with the idea in FS25 for that fantastic fast quick fail. He's that guy. So in case you don't know who he is, I think I can create a server invite. I'll set the invitation to never expire. Limit use, no. I'll make it permanent. There's an art, just as a pro tip, with Discord server invites. There's a fine art, but at the very bottom, in very small print, it says your invite link will never expire. Edit invite link, and it'll probably say something like that. Click on the blue text that says edit invite link. It is very, very small. And when you go in there, it gives you the ability to customize your server invites. I believe by default server invites are expected to expire after a day or two. That's just the default setting. So if you don't go in there and you don't edit it, you are going to, see it basically expire. So whenever anyone clicks on it after the threshold, it'll say this invite has been expired. You need to go and get an invite. So anyways, I'm going to put it in here. I'm probably going to pin it. I'll pin it. People can visit it as they see fit. There we go. It's in the Should be in the chat. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that people can check it out. Oh, good. Anyways, you guys can check it out. Be very handy. All right, I'm going to test it out. I didn't test it out with these trailers. I think it'll work. These are new trailers too. They came out last. That cement factory's going to have to get deleted up. It's kind of in the way, isn't it? I'll have to clean everything up over here. We can. Not sure how this is going to work out. Have to hit O to pipe out. Empty. Oh, it is working. There we go. So sugarcane's going in. That's fantastic. So there we go. So it worked. And it's a nice, I like it. It has a good support base there. It's not an overly elaborate silo. The basic, barn silo, which is good. That way it's not, like too crazy. Because then it merges a little bit better with most farms, right? So I think very neutral design. So good job. So thank you, Mr. Mark Thor. Appreciate you. The other thing he did for me too, which I mentioned originally when I did add it to the map, this machine up here. So, because I said I wanted to do ground pickup, right? This thing. This is edited as well, so it'll do like parsnips, it'll do potatoes, it'll do sugarcane, it'll do quite a few things that are on the ground. There are 2 variations of this machine. I think he's got on his Discord. Got both of them. So, and it'll do, manure. It'll do sand. It'll do probably other things too. So, yeah, I got that. He got this set up for me. So, which is it's an edit basically. So, perfect. We got our potatoes kicking in. I think. Do we have cake coming? Cake is going to take a while. We're at 207. Will come eventually, but we are making cake in both bakeries. So that's a good thing. Got bottled milk, butter bead. Fantastic. Stuff's not coming out as quickly as I would like. I think it's been a bit of a bottleneck close, but Well, I do have some bread over. Yeah. Let's try and just jump over here and do. So really what I want to do um want to do I think I want to start with a small excavator. I need to put down the store delivery mod. All right. See what we have for equipment here. I don't know if I have any small excavators. I might. I might still have some around because I'm not sure if I edited FS Miner's pack. So what I normally do is I download his pack and I take out all of the stuff that I don't intend to use. And at the time I was like, well, I'm not going to use any of these smaller excavators. I'm not going to be doing any landscaping or any of that stuff, right? Like, because Terraform at the time wasn't really, I don't know, designed for that. This my bucket size, I'm curious. This doesn't really have a bucket. Why doesn't, oh, 13,000. I should probably buy this. Not right now, though. 13K. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Oh, oh. That different. Oh, oh, Belco? I don't think I have any small. Might be a problem. Well, if I don't have, well, let me go into the mods section. We'll just manually control thing. 10K. I don't think I have any small ones. I do have some bulldozers. I do. Might want to buy a bulldozer. Just see how many I have, though. That one might be the one. I have a bulldozer already, but a smaller one. We're working in this area. I think this Komatsu thing. Have any small excavators, so I might move the one excavator down the road down here. I have a cat excavator that I'm enjoying doing the work that was over there. So the other excavator I might move down here. Pulling. Yeah, I don't have a small one. So what I will do is I'll probably buy a bulldozer. Oh, I got a grader. Hmm. Okay, I'm not gonna get too technical. I'm not had some ideas pop into my mind. I might explore the greater later. I might. Okay. Let's get back to the bulldozer, I guess. That bulldozer here. The cat. Let's do the D4. Oh, you can put one of those things. Interesting. That the dozer rate can remove trees straight in the field. Probably don't want to go that far. We'll grab this. All right, and then I'm going to go up into my flat deck. There's a flat deck over here. And I'm going to go get the other excavator. I don't think I'm going to need it down there. So I'm going to experiment back there with building a ditch and playing around, doing some stuff in that one little area over there. And then if it works out the way I want it, I might start building ditches along the roadway. Over here. Doing other things. So I have two excavators down here. I've got a big cat. I'm gonna leave alone. And I could probably fix this up a little too, but once I get better at using the Terraform functionality. They're really miserable days. Leave that lower and then we'll see if we can get this damn thing on there. So my survey tool is gone, by the way. Notice that. I don't even know if do I have even any surveys even on here? Yeah, my surveys are gone. They're gone. So yeah, never mind. You cannot use the survey tool. I don't think the little survey tripod because they've disappeared. They're no longer on. So whatever I'm showing you is the new way of terraforming, literally, with the survey. So tripods are gone. Probably not the best way of doing this, but, well. This is a little wide, isn't it? You can think a little off. Oh, am I off the thing? Oh damn. Okay, that's a problem. How do you transport this then? I just bought it as is, so I never really transported it here. See if I can. You know what? I wonder if you can do this. Probably not the real way of doing it. And I have an idea. I'm gonna put it like this. Probably not the best way of transporting it, but why not? I don't know if anyone has actually transported it about the way that I'm about to do it right now. If anyone has ever seen this, let me know. I'll show you, and I'm gonna just drive back. I'm trying to get these wheels perfectly aligned. The key thing is you want the weight to be even. That's about right. What I want to do. Oh, a little bit too far. Something like that. I don't know if anyone ever transports equipment like this. I don't think so. Is it strapped? Oh, I shifted it. Shifted the trailer. Man, that cat loader needs a hosing down. That. And we will... There. So something like this. I guess that worked. I don't know if anyone has actually done it this way. Ever transport their equipment like this in real life? I don't think they do it this way, though, to tell you the truth. It's a lot of weight, though. See if I can bring this around. Around here. There's one more piece of equipment that I need to buy, which is the trench digger. I want to try that out. I've never used it. We'll see what we can do. Crap. I ground it out. That's why they probably do wide loads. Holy crap. Oh, I shifted it. That's crazy. Shifted on there. It's still on there though, but it did shift, even with the strap. Over here and unload. And then I have my rock truck over there, so if I want to do anything like that, I might even bring over the other wheel loader, depending on however things turn out. So, end up with a lot of sand. But yeah, there's my other bulldozer. I guess I didn't really need to buy one, but I wanted a smaller one. Basically, I wanted to put something out that was like smaller. I'm gonna drive onto the grass field, I think. So I don't know how this is gonna work out. I think people are gonna really like the changes in Terraform. I think it will, well, the people that use it anyways will enjoy it. Yeah, so I think people that are new to terraforming will enjoy it. I think it might, I have a feeling it's a little easier than the previous version of Terraform. Get the thing off. So like the survey equipment and stuff like that, people might be a little intimidated with that because there's a little bit involved with that. I think when you play with it and you figure it out, then you're usually good. But I think with the new way that they're doing the surveying equipment, it's probably a bit better. Also, there's a new circle and there's new markings. So if you turn this on, oops. So you've got orange and you've got white. So white is off, and then more visually appealing indicator. It even swings around a little circle. So I think that's not. Do we really need that? Probably not, but it's kind of nice. Makes it feel new and refreshing. So I like it. So it's nice that they put in the effort to put in a little bit more fine detail on that. I mean, they could have just made it like a different color and not have it spin around. Like it's sort of circling around there clockwise or something, right? They did change the colors on telling if it's activated. And I think this turns red, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, when you dig in, it goes red, which is a little bit different. So instead of green, I think probably red is just a warning to say, hey, you're digging. So there we go. I just made a boo-boo, but oh well. Okay, because we're going to fix it with Terraform. All right, the other thing I want to buy is the trencher. I think I have the trencher in here, unless I uninstalled it. I might have done that. The possibility. I think I might have done that. Crap. Because I honestly, when I updated the mods, I didn't really expect them to. I didn't expect this in terraforming. I had no clue. I just discovered it the other day and I was like, oh, wow, right? So, of course, I went through the standard processes of what I normally do of cleaning out my mod folder, stuff like that, right? So I keep what I figure I would potentially use and I get rid of what I wasn't going to use. But FS Miner will be a happy man because I'm probably going to start using his other equipment now. It's gonna be like, thank God, people love my other mods too, instead of the big stuff that I make for people. Yeah. Scrolling here. Oh, I do have it. Premier Pipeline Trencher. So this is something I would never have even dreamed of even fathoming of using until I noticed today or the latest update. So how much is this thing? And change the color. I go, I don't know how this thing works, so I've never used it. I said I never gave it the life of day until today. I was like, well, let's go ahead and see what we can do. So let me figure out what I want to do. So I think I want to start off with the bulldozer. So, oh my gosh. Well, I've never been in here. There's a little camera at the bottom, by the way. And it's got interesting. I haven't used this bulldozer before until today. There's like a little backup camera. Yes. Okay, what are we gonna do? Let's go into the menu. So hit Y. And so we have a few things. What is landscaping area? You can select area. Got see here. You can enable it on the machine, automatic deactivate. I recommend this. Unless you're really good at what you're doing. You just have to remember to turn on it. I think when I try to dump stuff, that's when I run into a problem. But I think this is fine. Activate driving directions forward, backwards, or both. So you can backblade now if you want. So I'm going to leave it on forwards. I feel better that way. Path radius, you can make that different. I might adjust this later. Allow grading up and do that. Recommended to turn off material input when active. Force all nodes if one or more are active. So turn that on. And then we have terraforming. So we can do material. I'm probably going to go with stone. Or maybe I'll do sand. Switch to sand. Need a good stockpile of sand. But I can do coal, clean fill, clay. Clay is a possibility. I don't know what I use clay for. Oh, compost. Set that texture. We can set that as gravel. I think I'm going to change that to mud or something. Or dirt. I'll just set it to dirt for now. And I'm going to set it to square. Some people like circle. I'll do square. That's good. Let's go into discharge. I don't know why this is all grayed out. And then we have remove field areas. I've got that on. Remove stones, yes. Remove weeds, yes. Clear foliage, clear material. I usually leave that off. And then this is where we get into the surveying equipment. So no longer are you going to put a survey tripod down. You're just going to go into landscaping area. So I'm just going to leave ignore material settings. Set that off. Ignore texture setting off. Just select an area. Now, I'm going to have to create a new area. Click on that. So you can do a pathway or a polygon. Define an area using point and a target height. So maybe I might do that first. And then the pathing is where you would do a trench. So we might look at that a little later. So let's do a polygon area. I've never done this part before. We'll name it. What is this again? Olive. Oh, you can define it by an icon. I think I'll do this one. Restrict within area. Yes. So you want this on. That means you're only going to work within your polygon. Target height. Since 0. Now I'm kind of moving into an area that I'm not too sure about. But you discharge sand. The texture will specify. I want it as dirt. Or animal mud, probably. Fine. Discharge texture. I guess how it looks like it's coming out. I guess I'll set it just in case. Does this work? Let me do this. So what I want to do. Do I right click? That. So place a point. I want to make it a little better. Go in about here. Put in that. And how do I set the working area? But what if I want it to be exit edit mode? There's delete. Click. Edit end. I think that went under the ground. This is confusing. How do we? Maybe I can't. Maybe I can't do it. It's like. Let's just see what happens when I. see if I only stay in the area. Yeah. Oh, I probably need to set it to the machine, don't I? Yeah. See. Why I like experimenting here. Select an area. Select. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, it's doing something. Can I touch this? No. But seems to be staying in the box. Sorta. And I have to make some adjustments though to the settings. Yeah, but it is staying in the box. I'm probably not working exactly the way I want it to. I probably could. I wanted a slope, but I have a feeling it's all set to that. So to fix this, we're going to get our excavator over here. Park that there. And then where did I park that? Oh yeah, it's over here. So it's building a pit is what it's doing. Not sure how deep it's going to go. Okay, so we'll go and hit Y. Select area. Select. And we'll turn this on. I'm gonna get inside the excavator itself because it's here. See. So we have sand. I'm not sure how. So it's gonna stay in the area within reason. So if I try to dig here, nothing's gonna happen. But if I dig within the defined area, we can dig a hole. That way you're not making too much of a terraform. I don't know how deep I can go though. Or Digging over here. And then it's programmed into the machine, so then you're pretty much safe to determine what you want to do. So I think this is going to be great. I think people are really going to probably enjoy this variation of Terraform. I think it's very close to Construction Simulator. I've never played Construction Simulator, but I noticed that usually there is a defined area to which you can work in. So I see that here. So people are going to be like, well, why should I play Construction Simulator? Maybe. There's probably something still in Construction Simulator that people will probably still gravitate to, but I don't know. I think this is interesting. I have a feeling that this only allows me to dig a pit. I'm going deeper and deeper and deeper, I think, by the looks of it. I can't really, I don't think I can specify a depth on this. Like, I have a feeling that I can just keep on digging and digging and digging, so that might be something that people might have an issue with. Unless you can specify different areas too, like back up a bit. I've got a big hole now. Maybe not. Maybe I better stop doing this now. Pretty deep. But anyways, it stays within the boundaries, which is pretty cool. You want to build a big deep hole or stay in a certain area. Maybe. Just back up. I'm gonna try to. Oh, no, go into the hole now. Sure, here. Turn that off. Go into select area. Create a new area and maybe I'll do a path. Do that. And then we have sort of a degree angle. Yep. I'll make it like that. I widen it. Also. So you hold Alt down, make it level. .0 degree. And then we climb back up. That. I delete this. Maybe I should widen. That. And yeah, something like that. That work? And then we have 3.2 degree ramp and a 3.6. So I can heighten this or lower this. What? Have a kind of a defined area. Okay, let's save this. I'm just going to call this ramp. I guess material would be sand. And texture will be mud. Mud. There we go. So let's just try this. Save. We need to select it because I'm not in the same mode. That's a whole path. This is a weird name. Should have probably called it something else. All right. Let's give this a try, boys and girls. Is this on? Oh, and I need to select the type of map that I want. Can I do? Sure. Oh, maybe I have to hit reset. Like there. All right, let's give this a try. See if it happens. This is great. Oh, and I have to turn on the machine. Let's see if I can backfill some of this. Is it? I have to switch it to discharge, maybe? Something's not right. Something funky. I think I got 2 things selected here. I think maybe I better delete the other map, I guess. Okay, let's fix this here. Oh! You can define two, maybe you can define 2 things. Just, how do I delete them? No, the ramp I want to keep, right? I think you need a delete button. Yeah, it's not, this is not right. But if I go into like a global setting, what's in global setting? New portal, echo. Mesh. I think we need a delete button. Hit reset. And select this one. Okay, let's see how this works. Yeah. Switch to this view. this back up. I don't think this one. Like, I think 2 areas in here. And my slope is a little bit weird. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, it's sort of digging. I need an ability to delete the, let's go in here. Something's weird. The polygon I would like to remove. Maybe if I hit it, I'm still stuck in that thing. Uh-oh. Oh, I got that too. That's interesting. I did this all wrong, I think. Yeah, I can't even select a point. Maybe, I wonder if the shop delivery mod thing is in the way. I wonder if that's messing stuff up. Okay, we'll go back in here. Select machine. And I'd like to have a delete button in here. So if anyone from Terraform's watching, give me ability to delete these. Put a nice little delete button down here. Please. So that I can delete it out. So I wonder if there's something in global settings. I don't think so. What about yeah, go back here? Oh, here we go. Maybe I can delete here. Water plane. Create a new water plane. Oh, you can create your own water plane. Interesting. I don't want to touch that right now. You can change it to dark blue, river, dirt, North Sea blue. dark blue river. I'm not going to touch it. But I have a feel I'll explore that probably on a test map because I really don't want to. I have a feeling I'm going to have to do a test stream. I think so. I have to do a terraforming test. I think. Maybe my next live stream for Farm Sim, I'll do a test. I did not realize this was in here. Yeah. All right. I'm not willing to get that destructive poison. But looks like you can create your own water planes. And that's where I'm getting a little nervous. I don't really want to muck up my map. So it would be interesting, just to say the least. So you can change water planes in there. I'm going to delete. So go back to landscaping. I'm going to delete ramp, I guess. There we go. It should be gone though, isn't it? Not really. Well, actually, no, it is gone. It is gone. And then there's okay. Let's give this another try. Selector area. I'm gonna edit that. That sounds blah 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 blah. I have no clue what that is. Let's edit that. We're gonna name it properly. Ramp. No, that's good enough for me. Save changes. Remember to save your changes. Okay. Yeah, that's I don't like. I'm gonna flip this around here. Yeah, really want to yeah, let's give this a try. Okay, let's fix our mistakes here. That on? Can I backfill that? How do you backfill it? Or if I have to use a different tool. Discharge. How do I discharge material? You'll probably go up. Course notes. Enable material, gravel, radius, strength, hardness, circle. Frank. For discharge. Or I'm gonna set it. I'll set remove carry. Will discharge to the I'll just leave it at. Let's try it. I think it's. Did it? I have to use that bulldozer dump truck to backfill this. Possibly. Dump truck might be a little easier. bit out. Not sure if it's actually repairing the hole or not. Need to increase the strength. I don't know. I'm gonna boost up the strength a bit. Put this at 3. Put the hardness at 3. Where? This maybe 8. 8. All right. Wonder what would happen if I used the bulldozer. Oh, here's me. Something's a little bit off. I'll try a bulldozer next again. See if that does anything. Am I digging here? Nope. No editing. It's staying within the bounds. Let's try this guy. Select an area. Select. And escape. And we'll see what happens here. This might work a bit better. I don't know. Is this on? No, it's not on. I don't have it on. This might work. I think I am building a bit of a ramp. I think it's a bit of an angle. It's just a bit crazy. Probably the best thing to do is work around it. I think this is working a bit better than as I made a big hole. This seems, I'm starting to see a bit more with this. I would start probably on the outside and work my way in. So the trench is working. I just made a mistake with the hole. With the big hole in the beginning. I'd probably use a leveler to build the ramp first. I don't think the excavator does a very good job, but I'm starting to notice a ramp here. And I am slowly trying to fill in my hole, which is slowly happening. Material discharge you might want to turn off. Depends on what you want to do. But my hole is getting filled in. Go on the road. I think for me, I would probably put, this is like getting to be a bit messy. I'm not managing the material very well, but so, but it is starting to create a ramp. I'm just trying to really fix my hole, really. ramp system is working. I'm not saying you can't do this with an excavator, it's just I think probably it's just, I find for me it's a little easier right now with the bulldozer. So I think most of this area where I'm like the ramp part, I think is a bit better with the bulldozer. Sort of. But I am slowly filling in the hole. It's just maybe I have to increase the strength or something. It is working out. It's great. Hole's almost filled in. Sorta. Just that it's really deep. Polygon area, I think you can set a defined depth. Or area or slope. I'll have to re-look at that in a moment. The ramp is getting created nicely. Is a good thing. I probably would have rethought my project though. I probably wouldn't have created the ramp right away. But that's okay. I'm learning. What I probably would have done is I would have done the polygon shape. So dig out the entire area to a certain depth. I think is what I would do, to be honest. Let's back up here. think I filled in my hole. Almost. The hole isn't as... I would probably change the strength. See if I can do strength settings. I'll probably have to turn this off, right? Set this to like maybe 3. 4. Did it save it? So yeah, I think probably the best idea is to dig to your polygon, to your depth. Yeah, I'm at the bottom now. Continue working this hole here. Okay. Push this. It's a pretty good little bulldozer. And I've hit the bottom. So it's flattening out the bottom, which is good. And most of this material will get pushed eventually. Still trying to get this hole filled in though. Might increase the strength variable up a little bit. Turn that off and we'll put this at maybe 0.5. I usually like to go up incrementally just to be on the safe side. Oh, I need to turn it on. hole is an issue. Can't build though slowly. Push this stuff to the side. So I might get myself, I think what I might do is conveyor belt. I don't. I'm just gonna clean this out with a conveyor belt. I have one of these. And buy. Let's just a lot of sand in there. Hot. So if I pull this out, it helps. Not really working, is it? Go up here. This off. See that hole? This hole. Something's going on there. I don't know what. That's something. back in this way, but cut that out. Not sure how much sand is in there. Something weird is it? Oh. That's just weird. Hi, Eric. Welcome in. I'm in for a visit. I'm trying out the new terraforming stuff. Very interesting. Unfortunately, I dug too deep with my excavator and made this, I'm gonna call it an anomaly. Because it's, sure what's going on. So I tried to straighten it out with my bulldozer, but for some reason there's something going on here. Definitely is. Because it should be pulling all that sand out. It's triggering it a little bit. Not sure how deep. Yeah. I jumped into it and I made a I started off with a polygon, and that's where I went wrong. Well, I probably need to revisit the polygon area tool, but and then I switched over to the what is it? The line tool, or the line ability, as you can see. So I'm building a trench, as you can probably tell here, with a ramp on each side. Unfortunately, there's something going on right here, and I can't figure it out. I'm puzzled. This is not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. So I'm becoming an expert on it. They got rid of the survey tools, I noticed. So the old the tripods, they're not available. You do have to use the new system, which is fine. Sort of cleaning up my mess. And then I noticed that you can create a brand new water plane if you want. That's pretty cool. So there's a lot of options here. A lot of things that I feel Farming Simulator people are going to have a lot of fun with. So earlier on, I talked about, well, I mentioned you and also FDR, because I know you guys like to build logging roads, right? I was rolled back due to he rolled back due to it wasn't working. What's not working? You mean the mod's not working right? You went back to the older version of Terraform is what you're saying, right? Is that what you're saying? I got it to work a bit. I'm figuring it out. I'm understanding the logic a bit. One issue that I had, I'll share this with you, and I'm going to share this with other people. Mention it again. How to delete these things? Because they'll overlap, literally overlap. You get into this machine because it's better. Hit Y. Go in here. You can select an area. All of these show up, right? My number one request is I like a delete option here because I was frustrated. I had like a couple, two in here. One that was really crappy. I was like, how the heck am I going to delete it? But I figured it out. Where was it? The global. What was it? Oh yeah, you need to go to the master menu and hitting escape, and you go to the excavator landscaping area, and you can delete all of your different survey maps. We'll call them survey maps. Layouts. You can go in there. So if you need to delete them, they're right there. I guess you can set it to hide if you want to hide it. I guess so that you don't get confused, I guess. Set visible. And then this is the water plane. You can create a new water plane, apparently. I'm not touching this on this map. I'm not going to do that on this map. I'll probably do like a test save because I'm worried that I might muck up the full water plane. But apparently you can create a new water plane. So the last update of so you rolled back to the old one. Yeah. I'm getting it to work somehow. It's somehow working. It's different. Trying to get my mind, wrapped around the logic of it. This is a problem though. This was I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if there's like a dead stump down there. Pretty sure that that's not the case, but I'm trying to clear this out. But this has potential, really. I imagine there are bugs. Okay, I gotta turn on the first. I can't get any sand. This is a problem. I don't like that hole there. You know what oh, crap. Oh. I'm gonna fix my problem. I got another idea. I can delete material. Terraform is supposed to let me delete material. I'm gonna go ahead and jump back in. I should have thought of that. It's been so much easier. Paint radius. Dirt. Okay, where is that? Clear material. That's the option. That's gonna save my butt. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm hoping. I don't know. I'm up for anything. I'm getting out of cab. I usually like to play in cab, but let's but the ramp is working. Just delete. So this, well, that's looking a bit better. I should have probably shut off the discharge. Another one. For the discharge. I wanted material in the beginning, but I really don't want it right now. Cloud grading. Is it? Okay, where's the discharge option? Enable material. Let's shut that off. And that should fix my problem. Yeah, it moved the material out of there. That's good. Okay. There we go. I just gotta get that up. Hit F4 to see what is in the... Oh. I never use this. There's nothing there, right? That's nothing, right? If there wasn't anything there, you would have thought that the conveyor belt should have sucked all of that out of there. Weird. Well, fixing my hole. I dug into it too much with the excavator. I probably need to increase strength or something. Not sure which. Like it's raising it, right? But there was a way. Oh, fantastic! Look at that, boys and girls. All right, good. But yeah, this is gonna be amazing because especially the water plane stuff. I don't know how that works, but I'm just gonna keep on going here. So what people can do now, if the water plane thing works the way I think so, people can build their own irrigation canals for their fields and all sorts of stuff, I think. I'm not sure if I'm going to get into that aspect of it, but I'm interested in creating ditches. I can create ditches along my roadways. Show up as red and yellow using F4. Okay. Yeah, there was no red or yellow at all in there. So I don't know. Maybe. But I still think it should have been able to pull out all the material with the conveyor belt. So I thought that was weird. So what I've got here is basically I go here, I got a slope of probably 3.2 degrees. And then I've got 0 degrees all the way up to about here-ish. Then it starts ramping up on another 3.2 degree angle going uphill on this side. That's sort of what I've got going on, in case you're wondering. So I think it's great. Crazy. But just think of the potential. You put in a roadway, right? Like, I could put, if I wanted, a narrow ditch along here. All the way along here. I think that would be fantastic. Just build some sort of irrigation ditch on the side of your road. Maybe you can slope your roads. Like I was talking about logging roads, right? And I was discussing that on mountain slopes, generally they'll be angled for water runoff. So people might be inclined to build water runoff roads or some sort of little irrigation channels dissipate water off of the road. Thought about that. And then, like I said, large irrigation canals for fields. I mean, that's just crazy. Just the amount of potential that people can get a little bit involved in this. Blows my mind. Like crazy. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. But I still think what they should do, I know that do have a delete function, which is in here. But I think they can dump it in. Put a delete button here. Just like maybe make this smaller and highlight that. Then you hit delete. That way I don't have to go all the way back here. Wonder if you can edit in here, can you? Yeah, I guess you can. You don't even have to be in a machine, I guess. Oh, beans. Well, this is great. This is great. Huh. This. All right, though. Now, what I wanted to do, I'm gonna try the ditch. I've never used this machine before. Like I basically said, nope, I'm not gonna bother with this until this is like a ditch machine, isn't it? So let's just say for like the sake of imagination, I want a ditch beside my road here. Let's see if I can figure out how to set that up. Because I know I'm going to want to do ditches. Okay, so I got to figure that out. Let's go in here. Let's select an area. Oh. Okay. And we want to create a new area. So my ramp is there. So it's not going to be a polygon. It's going to be a path. So I've already done a path with the other trench. So we're going to do another one. So in theory, let's just build it over here. I don't want it too close to this. Put it over here. Edit mode, right click. Put that there. I can leave this at how do I lower this? Vertical. Okay. Hard to see here. Let's shift this way. Okay, how does that go up and down? So what if I set it to 0? Let's leave it at Alt. And then let's just define our ditch first. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm playing around and I'll figure it out. So Alt is going to keep it at 0 degrees, which means it's flat. Do I want my ditch that wide, though? Probably don't. So how do I delete that? Let's hit delete. I guess I should probably define my parameter, shouldn't I? Let's hit cancel. Why can't I edit? Create a new. Okay, let's set this to, we don't want it at 4. Let's put it at, what, 1? Maybe 2? 2. Let's try 2. That might be too much, 2. Okay. Maybe it should be 1. I'll leave it at 2. 2 sounds good. Let's go back in the edit mode. Create a new point. What the heck is this? Y and X. I'll leave that alone for now. I don't want to get too complicated. Okay, this raises it up off the ground, right? Yeah. So we'll put it. Is it under the ground right now? Probably have to hit F4, right? That's too bold. What's it at? 0 degrees? Yeah, no, it's at a depth of something. Weird, it's at an angle. Yeah. Okay, so it's maintaining a depth, but it delete. This isn't working that quite. There we go. So we go here. And we will move it down. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll go here. And then we want to hold Alt for level so that it maintains the depth. And there we go. We got our, whatever you want to call it, our trench. So that's good enough. I think that looks like it's about the size of a regular irrigation ditch to me. I think in relation to my road. We're gonna need to give this a name. So we need to exit out of edit mode, and we'll call it road ditch for now. Road ditch. Bam! Okay. So that's what it is. Okay, we're gonna exit. I want to close the edit. Whoops. Oh yeah, you need to save. Make sure you hit save and hit exit. Do not hit escape. Okay, let's move this bad boy over here. I don't know how this is gonna work. I've never used this thing. Does this spit out dirt out the side or something? Or can it dump to the ground? I'll have to hit unfold, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it automatically spits it out the side. I guess we're gonna find out, boys and girls. Okay, let's hit Y. Select area. Road ditch. Select. And then we'll just see what happens, I guess. I don't know how this thing works, though. I've never used this thing. Does it cut into it like a chainsaw? Okay. Is it on? On. It doesn't want to turn on, though. Is it? Oh, maybe I have to... That's on. There. Oh, you gotta turn it on. Okay. Oh crap. Maybe not. Okay. I can't see a damn thing. This might be wider than what I had anticipated, though. I think it's working, though. It's about as wide as the machine. Okay. That didn't really go very well. I filled it in. Okay, let's back up. Go at it again, I guess. It's still spitting out stuff, though. I'm not sure if I'm using this right, but it seems like it's cutting it out. It'd probably be better to use an excavator probably for this. It might be too wide for this. Or maybe I should have went backwards. Probably a good idea. But I don't think I'm digging. I have to do the reverse, I think. Trying to dig it out. This is weird. Like I said, I don't really use this machine. Yeah, I'm gonna get the, I need to see what's going on visually. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use the new trick you taught me. F4. Okay, so it is building a trench. Two meters might be too wide, though. Perhaps. I don't know. Let's turn around here. Now, it doesn't have to be a straight line either. I think you can do point to point to point. So you could probably, you know, follow the contour of the road a little bit better. I think if you wanted to. Picks up a lot of dust, that's for sure. Up again. So I think I'm at my depth right now. Or below it. I didn't go very deep, did I? Because I only went like 2 or 3. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try to clean that all out though. The excavator, or I mean, conveyor belt. That all out. So then we've got ourselves a little ditch. Much. Sorta. Probably the wrong texture. I probably would use maybe a grass texture or something. Hmm. Interesting. I like it. Definitely like it. Gonna fix my aggregate here. Over here. Yeah. So that would work out fine. And then the rest of that I could probably dig out with an excavator, really. I got that smooth. I'm gonna switch back to the excavator and give it a shot because I don't know. I just did everything wrong and then I messed everything up, but now that I got this all sort of straightened out with the bulldozer, I think I can go back to the excavator because I think it would do a better job. I think. Let's just make sure it's selected to the right area. So we're not doing the ditch, we're doing the ramp. Select. Okay. Go. Kiram is a happy person right now. Man, that we can do with this Helen. I might do a test stream, probably maybe this week, for the water plane. I don't feel very good about playing with the water plane on my gameplay map because I'm on the gameplay map. I didn't even know there was a water plane function. I just happened chance up against it, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." All sorts of thoughts came into mind, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know if I want to do that." But I got all sorts of cool ideas going through my brain right now. I'm telling you, Eric. It's it has opened up so many possibilities. Because I have always wanted to put ditches against my road too, right? And then it was like, um, terraform. I mean, you can probably do it with the with the original terraform function, but this is a game changer. I mean, literally, I can specify my width of my ditch and not have to worry about a lot of damage to my map. I'm just like rock on. I think we're gonna back up a bit. Actually, I probably have to pull ahead because it looks like there's some going on over here. Gotta carve this out, I guess. Sure, that's all straight. That there. The other thing I did this completely wrong. I should have probably did the polygon tool. Like if I wanted this all like lower than the road bed, I probably should have did the polygon tool and then do a ramp separately, maybe. I think. So I don't know. Right now I'm just having fun. So figuring this out. Whoops. Good. Some material there. Want it there. Back up. Scoop this up. I suppose people can make more intricate roads if they wanted to. A bit more complex. Dig in here. Scoot over here. Whoops. This is great. So what I want to do is have this all at a lower plane than the road. And then I'll put an olive orchard in, basically, is what the plan. But I have a feeling I might have to rethink my digging strategy. I might use an entire area. I might use a polygon tool. Polygon area tool, or whatever you want to call it, and just polygon the entire area and dig it to depth, and then put my ramp or my ramps in after. What I'm getting at. But I just wanted to try to figure things out, and then I started digging as I didn't really look at the project logically, is what I'm trying to say. So. I would have probably polygoned the whole thing, dig it to depth, just sort of like what I did with that trench back there, but with the polygon tool. And then I would have used the trench, whatever you call it, the trench, what I'm using right now, what it's called, the line version, and use that to build the ramp. I think is what I probably should have done. Unless somehow in the polygon tool I can somehow define height and stuff on the point. I think you probably can, and I tried doing it, but it just got a little messy, so I gave up on it because I was like making a huge mess. And I was like, no, I got a new idea. I'm gonna figure this out by doing what I'm doing right now, essentially. Sticking in my comfort zone of how I learn things without doing a complete mess. So right now it's not to the dimension that I want, but that's okay. I can still work with what I'm doing right now. And I'm gonna try to figure that out. I'll probably build a polygon tool around this or something. I'll figure it out. I can still work with what I'm doing right now, so I'm not wasting any time. It's a little bit weird that I'm digging a hole for my for my orchard, but oh well. I just wanted to do something. I wanted to do it. Here I am doing it. Besides, I'm having fun. The main thing, right? You gotta just have fun when doing games. Go in, and even if it means you gotta be a kid in a sandbox and just start digging, just do it. Just get in there and start digging. Well, except in real life, you want to go ahead and call 411 if you're in BC. Make sure you get your your utility layout done, surveyed, so you don't go ahead and you bash in through a pipeline or something. I think it's 4-1. No, it's 7-1. I think in BC. Forget. Call the number before you dig. We have commercials of that, by the way, in British Columbia, Canada. Usually it's more for construction crews and stuff, but they advertise it on TV too. Say, call this number before you dig. And so everyone that's doing any landscaping calls the number and finds it out, gets things mapped out on a property. I think there was a huge focus because we did have construction crews busting through like oil pipes, stuff like that. Not recently. That was like in the 90s, so I'm going to clarify. But you learn your lessons, right? Like, man, that was expensive. Because there's always costs, right? But yeah, we had that, I think in the city of Vancouver, we had road crews digging into into roadway infrastructure, but not they didn't have the stuff surveyed out, where the pipes were and all of that stuff. And so there was a few incidents where excavator operators were digging into pipes. So, and then after that, they reviewed it. There was probably some lawsuits out of the situation, other things going on. And then what happened is the government said, well, we're going to have a campaign, and the campaign hasn't stopped. So we still see advertisement from BC, which is the province that I live in, and it says, call this number before you dig. So I think they made it such a big campaign because I don't think it was just simply construction workers doing this, or excavator operators in the construction industry doing these things. I mean, that's what really hit the news. But I have a feeling you had like homeowners and landscape crews doing the same thing, right? And so they said, well, how often does this happen, right? They do surveys and they dig into trying to figure out, where this is freaking off. How it's all working, right? a big giant berm. Ah, I'm having so much fun. I'm telling you. In my glory, everybody. But yeah, so yeah, they had a huge campaign. You hear it on TV. I forget what the number is, but I don't watch TV as much as I used to, and if I do, usually I'm going right to a streaming service of some sorts. Most of the time I'm on YouTube. I'm just watching stuff on YouTube a lot. And then I do have a smart TV, so if I do watch the news, sometimes I watch the news on TV like live, but there is options where we have like on the Samsung channel or TV, they'll have the local news network where it will be broadcast as a channel, but there's no advertising. So when they go to an advertising break, usually there's like about a 5-minute countdown, or maybe not that, maybe 2-minute countdown before it returns back to regular news, right? So what I like about that is that you don't really have to listen to the noise of the commercials. Just, take a moment to yourself, have thought, drink your coffee, drink your tea, whatever you're doing. Do that. Man, this is awesome. It's beautiful. But yeah, so that's what happens in BC. I'm loving this. My berm. I'm going to use a front end loader to pick all this up and load it into a truck, I think. Move it to wherever I'm going to take it. Or I'm not sure where I'm going to take it. I think I might take it somewhere else, maybe. I don't know. I do have some goldsmiths. Back up a bit. Yeah, this is working out great. I don't know if I'm probably on an incline. I'm probably going to have to do something. I think there's a setting that allows me to go uphill or something. I don't know when I start climbing the hill yet. Looking great. Yep, I think they've outdone themselves, honestly, with the terraforming. I'm really happy what they've done. I don't know what else to say. There's probably issues with it. I'm not having any problems at the moment, except for that big hole. But I already know that was a me problem. I probably dug down too deep, and I didn't really understand the system as well, but I think I have a better understanding after playing with this and what I can do. I can definitely see the potential of what they've done with this frickin' thing. I'm sorry. This is like a wow. This is a wow moment. I'm sorry. This is like truly a wow moment. So I'm gonna have to go up that edge. I'm gonna have to go along that edge and define it a bit better, I think. I'm almost on my ramp, my second ramp. I think I'm starting to do the incline right now. A little bit. I might smooth it out with the bulldozer. That's generally what I have been doing. Just so that I know that it's done. Probably get in the bulldozer momentarily. I might even do that other side, that one edge with it. And I'm pulling out sand, I believe, which is a much softer material. I think my ramp is a bit back there. Go on this side and start carving this up a bit. I'm not sure how it'll work with a roller. I haven't really played with that. It might be an improvement. Another thing that I might be able to do is make some corrections to my hill problem. As you guys are aware, I have had a couple of short videos talking about my hill. I might find a way to try to level that out, maybe, so that I have a better opportunity for my trucks to go up and down it. So that's something else I thought about. And the other thing too is this exact trench that I'm making right now. If by chance my bridge, when I do get it put in, the rail bridge, right? If by chance a truck can't fit underneath, I could build I could make a little dip if I wanted to, I suppose, under the rail bridge with the equipment. I have a few ideas. Hopefully it doesn't have to come to that, but I overcompensated with my topsoil on that side. I don't even have my tracker on, do I? No, I'm not. Turn that on. Ah, there we go. Something weird was going on. Can't see my track. The water plane thing I find intriguing. I don't know what that means. So can I put a river up here? Can I build a river? Can I, that's something else that's coming into my mind. Like I said, I'm not going to do that on this particular game save. I want to play with that on a test save because I feel that playing with the water plane could be a little bit more destructive. And that's got me a little nervous. I want to mess with a good thing, right? Like I said, play with a test map if you're worried that you're going to destroy something and not be able to fix it. Not the end all be all though, because you can also restore a save backup if you want to. Just keep that in mind. So if you happen to destroy something, you could probably you can restore a save. I've done that in the past. I was like, oh crap, right? I think that's when I first got in the farm sim and I started testing stuff and then made a lot of mistakes. And then I was like, oh crap, what do I do now, right? and I was playing in my actual game play, and I wasn't using a test map. And I was like, got way too much sand over here. I might have to start stacking on the other side, maybe. We'll see. Starting to undercut my track. Be careful, I don't want to go back up a bit. I want to start dipping over the edge. Oh, actually, I am digging way too much on that side, too. Start working my way evenly onto the other side. Go. Here. So the trencher I'm going to be using from FS Miner now. I'm not sure what you call it exactly. It's by Vermeer. I think I'm going to be using that. That's staying. Normally I delete that out of the pack, but I never got around to editing the pack. So it's going to stay. I'm also going to be using it. I might be looking at getting some smaller excavators. Usually I delete those out because I never really saw practical reason for using them. Because I don't know, feel that with the functionality of Terraform, I could probably or something, right? Make smaller trenches, stuff like that. I might pop those back in on the next update that whatever he does, as he usually introduces new equipment here and there or updates. So I might leave those in on the next update. Download his pack or something. Not that it's a huge priority because most of my projects are still fairly large, like this one here. Yeah. But like I said, if water plane adjustments become a thing for me, and I figure that out, and I see like a whole whack of light bulbs popping up in my brain, like, well, what's the best tool for it, right? What am I going to use? A big giant excavator like this, or am I going to use something small for whatever little genius ideas pop into my little brain? As the saying goes, right? Man, look at all this sand, eh? Crazy. But if you're brand new to terraforming or never played with it, like I said, do a test map, please. Please do a test. Don't do it on your golden precious game safe Saxingham map or whatever map you play on. That one seems to be the most popular one these days, right? Mention it. Or your precious PV rivers. Hey, you get 2 thumbs up from me if you say that. Right on the roadway. Okay, so I should start ramping up a bit. Yeah. And we're at the end of the trench. So I think this went a lot quicker with the excavator. So like I said, you want to choose your tools appropriately, I guess. You could do it with the bulldozer all the way across, but I find excavator is usually better for doing this. I think with the bulldozer you can do it fairly quickly without material discharge. I find that material discharge just seems to cause a bit of a headache or slows the process down. Whereas with the excavator, I'm just chomp, 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 and I just move the dirt out of the way, right? Like what I'm doing right now. So, but if you're not doing material discharge, then maybe you might want to just stick with the bulldozer. I want some of this material. Oops. So So my ramp is forming. I think the rest of this I'm going to do with the bulldozer. Got a lot of sand. Okay, is there a tree behind? I think a little bit. There's one tree. Oh, ah, crap. Scoop this out. So yeah, it's cutting it to degrees. Happy with that. I'm gonna grab the bulldozer in a moment though, and do a nice clean cut. Probably down each side, I guess. Let's just move this over here. That's fantastic. So I got a trench. I didn't mess it up. It didn't go any deeper. It didn't go any wider. I mean, there is a bit of a... So here we go. This is what we got, folks. I'll probably clean it up a bit more. We will do. Let's jump in the bulldozer and see. We got, like, I could probably do a little bit more of a cut on this side because I was mainly working on this side. So I will just do my first pass with the bulldozer down this edge to sharpen it up and clean it up. And then, yeah. Do this. Here. I'm not sure what I'm discharging, though. I probably should check that because am I discharging sand? I don't know. No, actually, I think I'm deleting, aren't I? Yeah. All right. This. These. It's very dusty. Bulldozers tend to be very dusty. I have a feeling this edge is probably not defined very well. Have to work this a little bit. Back up. Maybe I have to increase the strength. We have to increase the strength. Set this to 8 maybe. That grading up because I will be going up on the other side. Strength, we'll set this to 6 maybe. Then we'll set the hardness to 3. Oops. 6, enter. Okay. That's, probably not. I might have to make some more adjustments to the bulldozer. Straighten the blade, maybe. I think I need to do some more changes. Let's set this to like 4 or 5. And maybe the radius needs to be a little wider. 3? 4. Oh boy, that's a little too much. Yeah, that's too much. Way too much. It's going outside of the boundaries. Let's set this back 2. Yeah, it kind of ruined it a little bit. I didn't. Oh, that's one thing that I don't think should have happened. I think the radius setting would be nice if it just stayed within the boundary. I think. At least we're chomping through this a bit better. The radius probably have to be a little bit more careful with. I still have that one little bump back here. So let me just bring the radius down. No, it's at 2. Fine. I wonder if I can go. Do I have to go this one direction? Oh. Back up. I'll just go back down this way. This edge looks like way cleaner than the other. down the middle. So there we go. We got our trench. And I'm going to continue to work on this. I think I'm going to essentially kind of have this divoted in. I'm going to try to work with the other tool. Hopefully. There's the other big. Am I getting out of the zone? Nope, not modifying this. There we go. I'm going to need to get a front end loader over here. Get that sand out of here. So, trench is built. That's fantastic. Not the end result that I want, but good. Can work with it. So I'm going to have a ramp, like I said, on this side. I probably extended that too much up the path, I think, onto the road. I should have stopped it before the road. Oh well. I can always correct it later if I want to, or push the road back more. I'm going to need a wheel loader over here. And then I'm just going to dump this in the dumping area, which is back here. Oh yeah, and I need to look after my animals to do that because I think I'm out of silage. Or running out of silage. Up this stand, I guess. This cleaned up first. And then I got two different aggregate here. Like a stone here too. Mindful of that. Probably gonna get. Oh, you know what? I think because the surveys are gone, might have a problem. My main project. At least I'm concerned because I was using the survey tools to determine the degrees, right? That might be a sad face. Oh, my train project. I'll have to sort that out. Because I had everything set up to a certain 4.9 figure. Guess we'll figure that out momentarily when I take this down and dump it. So I have 2 trucks set up. I have that truck and the other truck set up. And also the other equipment over there set up too. Certain or angle. Visit. I'll get there. Is this full? Yep. Go back into the file. All right, let's go fix our other problem. I don't have just drive up this just for the fun of it. Here feels pretty smooth to me. Now the curious thing that I want, can I dump it in here? I got one fill type in here. All right, let's figure out what we're gonna do because I have a problem. This project over here is affected because I just realized I no longer have surveyors available to me, so those are now gone. So that means it affects this project. Means I have to redefine it somehow. Not sure how I'm gonna do that. See here. Select an area. We're not doing that. We're going to create a new area. And I don't know if it should be a polygon or I'm going to go with a path for now. The width, I probably can make it more than 4. 5. 6. It's 6. Texture, we want that as sand, concrete, dirt, gravel probably, or just gravel. Charge texture, probably. Material. Gravel. Yeah. 4.9. Just up that. Actually, I'll put it right here. That. Should have made that one. Delete. Hold on. This read. We're gonna make that 10. It 12. 15. There we go. That looks like a wide enough path. And whoop. Actually, I need to hit delete on that. Just delete at that. So that. And then we need to make sure we chat. Go back. 5.5. Got to make sure that I do it at 5.5. I have to do a delete on that one. I need to angle this. This is working the way it. Maybe, oh, I could probably, if I put the angle here, I can raise it up. Yeah, I think I'm doing it back. My logic is off. So let me just do this all over again. Like that. Okay, and we want this set at a slope of 5 point. See, it's raising that up. So what I really wanted at is level. And then I put this like here. And then I lower it down. So if I want it at a different degree, I set it at, tell it, I still think it's a little precise as I would like it. Have to, how do I know the degree on it? I'd have to go here and just sort of, no, there's something weird about it. Yeah, I'd have to, like that. Maybe that's how you'd have. Yeah, I think that you'd have to double lap to get a reading. Let me back up this again because this is not accurate either. So, okay, let me set my point here. Then we set our second point probably here. And then just do one of these. And I think adjust that to that way you can calculate the angle, the degree. That's about right. And then we put down, I still think it's kind of archaic to do it this way though. Because you have to figure out line it up again. Draw your string. That's about 4.8 above. 5. Put it at 4.6. Do it. So then you put my other point down. And then back up here. Just make sure it's at about 4.6. Already at 6. There. That's a pretty long slope, so then raise that up. Goes back to 6. A bit straighter. Have to fit it. Just I'll probably put it like about here. Don't know how sharp of a turn I can make. Seven. Enough. So eventually make our way down this way, I guess. This will be a little bit weird because I think that's like a collision or something going on there. I might have to readjust. So maybe once I reach this point, I'll have some problems. Yeah, I probably have to leave it at that. Right? How do I... Last one. Yeah, so leave it at that, and then I'd have to recreate a brand new angle going this way down. I think. Obviously, this doesn't get backfilled very well. I can sort that out later. I think probably overall I would prefer to still have the surveyors probably for this part of the project. Make sure that we got the right thing. Select. This angle is probably all wrong. At least my track. Interesting. Sure if I can. I think it's backfilling. It is a lot smoother. Gotta load. This means I have to backfill more over here. I'm gonna have a lot of backfilling to do. So my project is kind of like wonky a little bit because the survey tools aren't there. But well, unless the polygon tool can do what I want it to do. So but the trench tool is great because I was able to go in and trench this in. So and the contours remain in. So it cuts the grade down this way and then all the way across and then back up. So interesting with terraforming. But I don't know what I'm going to do without my surveyors. I have to play with the polygon tool more. So I'll try that now. I can do that because this area needs to be polygoned anyways. So I'll just make a small polygon and just see what I can do, I guess. Create new area. Polygon. Yep. So go into edit mode. Confusing. I think I'm gonna probably start off probably here. That would be a good idea. And at least that's my depth, how deep I want it to be. And then if I want this to be to carve this out somehow. Want it to go about probably. Oh, I probably should have done it on the outside of it. Cancel. Cancel, cancel. Delete. Put it on the outside. Carve this out. How do I get that lower, though? That's up a hill, though. Right? Or is that at directly 0 degrees? I think it's right at their edge. Yeah, you can't adjust the height on these ones on the polygon tool. But I'm going to just carve this out because it's maintaining the depth. My road might be a little chiseled. So let's just define our survey area. Go up here. But I think they should probably put those surveyors back in. I still think they have a function, at least for my project anyways. So if anyone from Terraform is watching, like I said, give us back the functionality of the surveyor, please, because I think there's still some benefit to those. Unless they're still in here somewhere, I don't know, but put this like here. But especially for predefined project, yeah, I think that's all good. Let's go about. I have to find out where my angle is. I'm gonna just put this like right here. And I'm going to... I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but... sort of carve it out. Hey. I'm going to go along the back wall here. Yeah, because these points, they can't be raised up. So... this is not a solution for me, anyways, of what I wanted to do. So you got to use both in conjunction, I guess. Like, I would like, what if I want a large defined area as a slope, right? Like a permanent slope. And that's what the survey tool did, the individual tripod. So, and I don't see that as an ability here. Line this up. Is the slope any further? Probably about here. So, I probably should go right up against the line. About maybe here. I don't want to destroy my ramp, so some of it might get destroyed a little bit. There we go. So that should do it. I can hit Q, change direction. Oh. That's fine. And that should that allow me to go to grade, like to a certain level. I'm not sure if it's going to destroy my ramp, but because I already dug that out with the other tool. So realistically, what I probably should have done is I should have dug the grade, like what I'm doing right now, like this whole area, and then build the ramp, but I didn't go that route. Sue me. Oh well, I think I can make it work somehow. Okay, what do I need? I need to get out of edit mode, and I need to change this Olive Grove. Square area. I don't really know what to name it. It's the main base. So here you go. I'm going to change this to a different icon. That restrict within area. Target. Set my material. I'm just going to make it sand. And my texture is obviously going to be mud. Animal mud's already selected. Discharge texture, probably sand. Sand. Right? Sand. There. And make sure you hit save. So with this one, you can't change the height point. So the individual points, I can't raise them, I can't lower them or any of that. So basically, you're digging yourself a basement, really, is what's going on with that one. Yeah. So I feel people will be using a combination of both survey functionality to maybe do some of what they're trying. Let me just hit save. Hit escape. And yeah, so it should cut it to grade this whole area. Should be good. Yes. All right. Let me go ahead and move. So I already dug this stretch out. Move this out of the way. Because but yeah, I think we really do need I think the survey tools. I wonder if they're in the shop. They're in the shop. Maybe you have to re-put them back down. Sorry, I'm assuming that they're completely gone. Maybe they're still there. I don't know. But with the new terraforming, those surveying tools are gone. The tripods are gone. Where were they? I think they were under tools. They or miscellaneous. Just gonna see if they're there. I don't think we have them any because the ones that I had purchased were just gone. So when upgraded to the new terraform. So, but I think we should have them back. I'm starting to think we need to have them back, or some of these points need to be adjusted somehow. Miscellaneous. I think they're gone. Kubota generator. Boat. So yeah, if you have an existing construction project in your game safe, and you've got your survey tools set up a specific way, I would probably recommend finish your existing projects before installing the latest Terraform. Especially if there's certain aspects of how the surveyors are positioned in your project. Because once they're gone, you got to redefine it. And it has kind of affected my rail project a bit to a degree. I mean, I'm working with what I got, so I think I can probably make do. But I'm not saying that I don't like the functions in the edition. I think that they're phenomenal, and there's a lot more I can do with that. But I think I want the benefit of both worlds. Yeah, those surveyors are gone. All right. Well, that's too bad. All right. Well, let's just see how this all works here. So now that I created and defined this new area, so we want to set our machine to the new area. Oh, crap. I probably didn't name it very well, did I? Okay. Let's edit this. Let's see. And figure out which one is which. This one is... Yeah, it's this one. I don't know why I didn't save it. Exit. I probably forgot to hit save change. That's Olive Grove Square. I'll call it base. It's probably the base level. That sounds like a better... Why can't I name it? Oh, I probably have to hit enter. Yeah, hit enter. That's probably wrong. And save. Okay, and we will just make sure that we have it selected. Yeah, let's just grab that. I have 2 ramp paths there. I got a road ditch in there. You can do ditches now, by the way. So just keep that in mind. I made a ditch. Which I'll show in a moment here. Okay, that's selected. Select gate. Yeah, so over here, I created a ditch about 2 meters wide. So that's the width of it. And I went a little bit deep, not too deep. I probably could have set it to 1 instead of 2, and then I used this machine to cut this ditch. Now, of course, it's very straight. I just went from point A to point B, but if I wanted to, I could have probably followed the contour of the road a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. And probably maybe made this like a green or a dirt area. I'm thinking probably 1 meter would have been better instead of 2. So if you want to put ditches on the side of your road, you can do that now. So that's what I was kind of demonstrating there. But my main project is over here. I'm probably going to fix up that ditch. I'll probably make it like 1 meter or something. All right, let's... Oops, crap. So... here we go. Let's just start carving this out like a cake, I guess. I need an area to dump this. I'm probably going to dump it into the pit, probably. I'm not really positioned well. How am I going to do it? I'm gonna move that. Yeah, I'm gonna move the bulldozer out of the way. Sorry, buddy, you're a problem. Alright, let's park you over here. And then I got that other bulldozer in behind too. I better move that. I'll push you out of the way. And I've got, I think, this in the way too. just get this all out of here. I probably better lift that up. Alright. So, I'm probably going about a meter deep, or half a meter deep, is what I'm actually cutting into. And then, what's going to happen is I'm going to basically use this for an olive grove. I'm going to have a ramp system here, so I've already developed my ramp here and here, all with terraform, and then I'm going to carve all of this out like a cake. Terraform, I'm not doing this on this live stream. I might do a test live stream later for water plane. You could make this into a swimming pool, is my guess, because there is the function for the water plane. I have to get into a machine to show that. Go in here. So I think, oh yeah, you have to hit escape. So you go into water plane for terraform, and you can create a whole brand new area. You can set it as dark blue, a river 30, North Sea blue. So if you want the sea, you want the water, you want a swimming pool, you can do that. I'm not going to do it on here because this is my save game, and I do not want to F it up at all. So, I probably will do a test stream for Terraform and go onto a test map and just go ham. I'll probably do a live stream just testing everything out. Literally, I'll probably re-review all of what I'm doing on this live stream in that live stream too. I'll probably just call it a terraforming test stream or something like that. For when do I do farm sim again? Tuesday, probably Tuesday. I wasn't planning on doing a test stream. I was just gonna do what I'm doing now, but when I saw that water plane stuff, I was like, okay, maybe I better do something like that. Discard that. Also, I should let you know too, if you need to delete everything you've done with the surveying tool, like you've already probably seen me kind of do like a survey map. This is the only area where you can delete your map. Right in here. So you got to go into escape and terraform. And that's where you can do it. Just keep that in mind. At first I thought, oh God, I can't delete this. But nope, you can. I just gotta go in a different area. Hopefully they move it to a more friendlier. Alright, let's go ahead here. I probably need to turn it on again. I'm just going to probably pile it in there, I think. I'm not sure if it's going to affect my ramp. I just don't know. I'm trying to stay out of the ramp. When I place all of that down, we'll see what happens. A part of my road will... You have to be careful with your the radius setting. If you have it too wide, it will go outside of the boundary, so it's not radius locked. So that's another thing that I think they should probably implement. Some sort of ability to lock your radius so that your radius doesn't go outside of the boundary. Because as you know, you can set the radius really high and then painting out of all over the place, right? If you have ever used Terraform before. So I'm going to have a lot of material here. I think. Just gonna slowly dig myself out of this, I guess, or dig my hole, I guess. And then, like I said, I'll be planting olives in here. And then I'll have 2 ramps, one on each side. So it's kind of interesting. Originally, I was just going to flatten it out. But then I thought, oh, what the heck? We'll terraform a divot or something. Fun of it. And then as for my train project, I'm still working on that. Not exactly sure to expect. Let's see if I can, yeah. Oh, looks like I'm going to depth. Really hard to see through the glass. Out. But yeah, I am very impressed with some of the new features they've added into this fair version of Terraform. But like I said, I still think they probably should have kept the survey tools. They got wiped out. Or unless they're somewhere else or something. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. But it's a game changer for sure. I would have to say the amount of functionality that they put into it. I've watched people play Construction Simulator, and it seems a little bit like that, I guess. Like you're given a defined area, right? And then you have to dig in it. At least that's what it looks like. I've never played Construction Simulator. I've always stuck with Farm Sim. But I have watched some folks play it. Because I know it was a big craze, right? I'm not sure. Give me a sec. Am I digging into the ground? I think so, yep. And it seems to be matching the height. Yeah, I think so. It's just hard to tell when I'm in the cap. Yeah. And I'm getting underneath my track here. Yep. And I need to turn it back on because it's off. So I might actually have to come in here with a compactor, I think, instead of the bulldozer when I go to do a cleanup in here. I think that's probably the tool that I would end up using in here. For the ditch or the ramp system, well, I did that with the bulldozer because it was easy on hand and I didn't have to go very far, but I think I might use my roller or my compactor, whatever you call it. Here. But this is freaking amazing. I mean, this is crazy. highly impressed myself anyways. I'm not going to say that there isn't bugs in it and it's perfect and everything like that. I'm pretty sure I haven't quite run into any problems using it, except I did make a big giant hole. Don't make your hole too big, by the way. I did that, but I was eventually able to fix it because at the time I didn't have a clue specifically what was going to go on. I didn't watch any videos on this new update, so I just jumped in and started playing with it based on my previous knowledge of Terraform. And I was like, okay, well then how hard can it be? But I would say as probably if you've never done Terraform before, or you question your knowledge base on it, probably try to find a video on it. Or watch my live stream, right? I covered, I've been doing this my whole live stream pretty much, except for a little bit at the beginning. So most of my live stream is pretty much this at the moment. I should probably check my animals, but I think they'll be fine. I hope. They need some probably silage, but I'm having too much fun. I'm like a kid in a sandbox right now, so why would I want to give that up, right? Right? We've all been there. I feel also the dig functionality feels a lot smoother. And also I will say discharging from a dump truck, I think is a bit better. I think. So I'm noticing a difference is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying that I'm for sure on that, but it seems better. Mentioning that because I did dump a load of my sand. Maybe it's just the fill type because usually I use gravel. Because there is a density between fill types, by the way. I don't know if many people know that. But my map has gravel, it has coal, it has salt, it has iron, right? So I can use out all of those, and probably maybe a couple of others. I think dirt might be one too. So but overall I think it's good. With the new abilities, I think road construction would be better too. I just get an inkling feeling that it could be a bit better, or it is better, considering some of the stuff that we've got going on. Probably shouldn't have dumped that there. But I do think people will want the other surveyor back. Just depending on what sort of project that they're working on currently. Just pointing that out. I've adapted, but in my own way, so I think I might be fine. But yeah, I was gonna do some backfilling, and then I was like, oh, oops, probably shouldn't go under my track, did I? Just digging up the world here. I didn't really think out how I'm going to do this. Well, a lot of material to move. Let me just back up. Do one of these. I'll probably re-scoop that, can I? Dump that down there, I guess. not exactly how I would have envisioned how I'm dumping and putting my aggregate at the moment. Oh well, I'll make do with what I've got. Certain I'll figure something out. You can hear. But if anyone likes this content or thinks anyone else might benefit from watching me play in a sandbox, by all means share the live stream out. I'll probably do a more specific live stream, probably maybe Tuesday, I guess. Just more of a test stream, I guess. It won't be really a PV Rivers gameplay session. I'm intrigued by the water system that they've added. So yeah, I've never really dug this much. Do that up and move it over. I think I'm getting an idea of how I'm going to stack my material. Gotta back up. I'm digging under my track. Just trying to do the outer edge, I guess, is what I'm really trying to do right now. So, anyone want a swimming pool? I have a feeling a lot of people are going to do landscaping projects in Farm Sim. Potentially. And like I said, you could do agricultural waterways, right? Where I live in Chilliwack, our farmland is completely filled with a bunch of irrigation canals everywhere. Pretty much almost every farm has one. So, for two reasons. One, water during the summer, and then of course flooding. So our farmland in Chilliwack is right at sea level or slightly below or above sea level, give or take. So groundwater can potentially become an issue. A lot of the farmland is on a former lake bed, and it's a fairly large area too. So with probably well over 1,000 farms with acreage, large acres of land, right? A better way of understanding it, you could probably go to, if you still play FS25, download the Chilliwack map by Chumpy Farmer. It's a 4x map, and you'll notice that and he's basically used Google Earth, I think, to develop that map, so it has a specific layout of everything. And you can see that when you play the map, you'll notice that there's a lot of irrigation ditches everywhere. Or quite a few of them. They're not everywhere, but there's quite a few of them along the borders of different fields for each farmer. And then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Swing over here, I guess. Am I gonna have a problem with that? What time is it? 12:15. in game. It's fall. That's why it's so dark, and it's snowing. We're trying to snow. Not a very nice day. Game. That's why the lighting the way it is. I think that's the problem with. Yeah, I'm gonna get this cleaned out. I think this would be great. I still have to work on the other side, but we're making good headway. I still think this is going a lot faster than using a bulldozer. I do believe. Especially since I want to try to keep the material. Over here and grab this. I had a feeling I was going to scoop that up. And I'm going to need to put a pile. Let me just dump that back there. I'm going to have to scoot over a bit. I want to get the corner. And maybe I might move all that dirt or that gravel out of the way. Probably not a good. Let me get on flat ground here. There. Go. I'm going to move that gravel out of the way. I'll get the front end loader and move it. Is it? I thought I could work around it, but I'm gonna move the John Deere too. Yep. We're in a little bit of a dilemma. Where's the front end loader? Over here. What is that? About 2 scoops, I think. Oh, and I still got my truck on, don't I? Head off. Okay, let's move the wheel loader. Okay, let's dump this out. So much for the sand. I'm gonna move this here. I'm gonna move all of that stuff on the other side out of the way. Do that. I probably should have moved it earlier. Hit a tree now. So, but yeah, I'm gonna get all of that chiseled out, and that's where my olive orchard is going to be. In case anyone's wondering. I might put a ramp on this side. For now, I'm going to leave the cement factory as they are until done making cement, I guess, over here. Move them. Then I probably will put a ramp right there. Actually, I'll see if I can build it. Probably are already. They'll take it? No. All right. Well, that's a solution and a half. I got about 4 scoops here. Or maybe more. I got a lot more dumped here than I thought. I can hold about 10K in this one bucket. No more space, so that's full. Let me go get another scoop and I'll fill the other one too while I'm at it. So those are for my bridge project. So I don't know if you guys play on PV rivers, but you have to use construction materials to build big bridges. So and that's what I'm currently doing with these cement things. I have to put a bunch of other materials in there, like prefab walls, lumber, steel pipe, sorts of stuff. And it's a 12-phase construction project. That's if you do construction on the map, you'll probably understand what I'm talking about. You need to put in a certain amount of material on each phase and before you can move on the next phase. This is going to be almost full. You go get another scoop. So it's about a bucket load and a half, I guess. And then the rest of it, I'm just going to move right out of there. And then we'll get back into the excavator and just carve all of that out. And then we will just have sand. We'll be using the sand to backfill my railway project. Which is the big plan. So, yep, making headway. I love it. I think it's fantastic. This is going to be about half a load. Begin the rest of it out. Where am I going to put the rest of this? Probably maybe I'll dump it like right here. Too close. Like there. Don't need it to go too far away. I'm going to turn the lights on because it's hard to see. Actually, the lights didn't go on. There. Grab this. But yeah, you can. It's going to be interesting. You can make a river, I guess. I'm not doing that in this live stream because I'm not too sure about adjusting the water line in my map. I want to know a little bit more before I do anything overly destructive to this game save. So I probably will jump onto a test map, like I said, and the water stuff itself, but it looks like you can dig yourself an ocean, I guess, or something. I'm not sure how it works, but it's there. It's in terraforming, so make yourself a swimming pool or a little lagoon lake, whatever you fancy. Grab this. Yeah, I think I got it all cleaned out. Now I can go back to the excavator. Be having to worry about well, I still have a bit of material here, but that's okay. Probably figure something out. On. I'll see if I can scoop. Actually, I'll turn off terraform and I'll see if I can scoop this out. Bend my boom as far as I can. And I got a little bit, I think, right here. Like a magnet, just sucks it right up. All right, now we can go back to sand. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to affect my building here. That'll be interesting. Sure. On that one. Guess we'll find out, won't we? The building is not inside the boundary, but if you've noticed, it still does cause a slight smooth slope. So it will carve outside of it a little bit of whatever boundary you set. For your project. See here. Oops, did I grab gravel? Oh. And a bit too close. Scoop this up. But just think of it, you know, you build a road and you want ditches on the side, you can do that. With the water plane feature, I suppose you could probably have water go over your roads if you want, potentially. You want to build a swimming pool, you can. Or you want more of a work area dynamic, or whatever project you're doing, yeah. My rail project is probably going to be differently envisioned on how it's going to be developed, I guess. Yeah, especially if I don't get the surveyor back, because I've already kind of mapped out exactly how it's going to work. I did that a little bit earlier in the stream. Maybe it'll mean less work, to tell you the truth, and maybe less terraforming, I think, as I envision that project. Yeah, I think I might be undercutting a bit. This up. Most of this I'm just going to come in with a front end loader. Just get rid of it. Let's continue working over here. It doesn't seem to be affecting my building, so that's good. I don't really want a demolition crew to destroy it, right? That would be a shame, wouldn't it? There you go. But I'm making quick work here. I've never really dug a hole like this, so hopefully I'm doing this in a good way. This is a large area to dig out, so I don't really want to put like all my material all over the place, right? I'm just trying to sort of, probably don't want it too close to the building. See what happens here. Make that like one big pile over there, maybe. This goes a lot easier with sand because it's a lighter density. It's not as dense as gravel, so it feels very smooth when I'm using that as a material. So I'll probably be taking a couple of truckloads to my sleuth. I have sleuths as well on the map. It takes sand and makes it into gold, and also gives me clean fill. So I have that on the map. The map does come with, what is it? Like an iron ore production for each of those types of materials, but yeah, I like using terraform. Need to do that. Begin here. Oh crap. Ourselves here. Oh, and I've got another pile of sand back there too. I forgot about that pile. I got sand everywhere. I think I'm going to just adjust my machine a little bit. Starting to get myself under the track, and I don't want that. Scoop this up here, I guess. Keep when you're doing this too, keep a conveyor belt on hand, especially if you're you know, mixing different types of fill types. That's a handy tool. That way you can clean up your work area a little bit. If it's a big one, always try to keep a conveyor belt on hand. Especially if you get like a modded. It's a saving grace on keeping your construction site kind of clean. Here. And let's go ahead and step out and see what we're doing here. I'm going to turn off my dig ability and just see how our progress is doing. I just want to make sure it is flat. So it seems to be doing it. the way over here. So, and then eventually I'll have to take out all of this in the middle. So I have 2 surveyors down. My first surveyor was basically a trench. So what I did was when I first started is that I set my height here and then I went down probably half a meter to a full meter. I don't know. Whatever that looks like to you. And then I went all the way across here. And then I set another set of points going up, all in one go. So these points are all individual points. I was able to do that. So I went across and I dug it all out. And then I got my ramp on this side. And I have my ramp on the other side. Then what I have now is I've overlapped sort of on it what I'm working on right now, which is to carve this all out. As you can see, the lines go on this side of the ramp. So I still have the ramp contours in there so I can see that so that I don't cut into my ramp. I don't want to ruin it, right? And then I went all the way around here. And I'll be carving all of this out. And then there will be olive trees or groves going through here. What's going to happen. And that'll be it. And then on this side, I have more cutting to do. So I will be cutting all of this down. And then this roadway that I created will probably go this way. I'm not sure. Probably all the way back. Might be another access route onto this main road, as we see next to the train. And then I might put either more olive groves in here, or I might put grapes in here. Sort of what I'm going to do. And poplar. Probably poplar too, because wood chips is a buildable item or a fill type for one of the industries. So it gives you guys a rough idea. Lift this up here. What we're dealing with. This is going to be fantastic. I can see it now. Every farmer is going to start building themselves like a Olympic-sized swimming pool. Their farm. Especially if the water playing feature works the way I think it will. We'll have to see, I guess. I haven't played with it yet. I think that's probably good. I'm gonna do just curl my bucket in here. Just back up a wee bit. That's gonna have to be moved. And I got wood chips over there too. There. grab this. The other thing that I'm concerned about, which is the point-to-point grade surveying tool, I have some concerns about maintaining an angle. I think they need to do something on that. I think I found a workaround that works for me, but it might be a little bit confusing for other people to try to figure out, you know, the angle or degree that they want. Because with the survey tool, usually it goes from point A to point B and set your angle, right? But now you've got multiple points that you can play with. And that gets a little bit more complicated. Trying to figure out a good method of maintaining your degree. I think I figured out how I'm going to do it, but I don't know. I don't think it's perfect. For my project, degrees matter and slope matters because the track system for the mod, you cannot, the tracks don't go down very well. I mean, you can put the tracks down, but if you do it too steep, your train's not going to stay on the track, right? So my particular project with the rail mod is dependent on maintaining, you know, an angle, a specific angle. So if I can't do that, I'm going to have some problems. So with the surveyor, the individual tripod surveyor that they had, it worked well because I just set 1 degree or the degree that I want on my angle, and I set it and forget it, right? I think maintaining that angle is going to be a little confusing. I had to do some finickiness or find a practice that would work for me. And I honestly am not 100% confident that it's the greatest practice because I noticed that I cannot get it. Whenever I put down certain points, I noticed that I could not get it exactly on the same degree in some situations. So I had to kind of estimate here and there. So precision, I think, is a little bit off. So it might cause me some problems when I put the rail tracks down. I don't know. Just going to do the best that I can. Maybe I might see if someone else has a video on it or has a better idea of dealing with it. But that's why I think probably bringing back the surveyor, the individual tripod surveyors, probably a good idea just in case certain people have certain projects that require something like what I'm dealing with, essentially. What are we going to do? I'm going to turn off my air farm. We're going to back off of here. All this stand over here. And then I got another set of aggregate over here. A bit of a mess. I also have some wood chips too. Let's see if we can scoop that out. Wood chips go into my cement factories. I'll just make a pile here, I guess. move the sand. Build it here. Put it right here, probably. I used the conveyor belt to fix a problem, so I had to scoop out or clean out all of the fill. So, and it's basically the sand to fix my problem. So that's why I have this pile here. Go grab another scoop to clean this out. Once this is gone, I can get back into the hole and start grading, going down to grade. So the olive grove will optimize my oil production. I also have potatoes, so I bought an extra potato, like an extra field for planting potatoes into. So I figure I might as well get all of the oil into the potato chip factory, because it can do canola oil, sunflower seed oil, and olive oil. And then I can make a lot of potato chips. So the next stage for me on that is basically what I'm doing right now, getting an olive grove ready to go. I've got to till March. I got to get it. I got to get this all prepped by March in game, because that's when I can plant my olive grove. I have a bit of a deadline. We'll get this all taken care of. And this will just end up being backfill for my train project, which is coming along slowly. Not as quickly as I would like, but it's what it is what it is. And then I'm going to outfit my olive grove with a whole whack of brand new equipment, of course. I intend to use the new sprayer that came out, what was it, this week? Or was it last week? With the new cap. So I think that'll be handy, because that's going to handle it's going to spray 4 rows of olives, which is pretty significant, because I think before then it was, what, 2? Only do 2 rows, I think. Looking forward to that. I don't know, Giants must have been thinking of me. It's like, well, that Kiram game, he's gonna have to start working on olives. Well, maybe we better give him a brand new sprayer to work with. I'm just kidding. Anyways, I just have found that certain things just seem to come right at the right moment when I want to do certain things in Farm Sim. I was like, wow, fantastic, right? I'm also looking forward to the Verdas, or what is it, Verdue pack or whatever. I'm going to be using that. That's going to be interesting for grass care. Because I do have a grass field that I do put slurry on, so I think it'll tie in well. So it'll, I don't know, give me something else to do with my grass, I guess. So we'll have to see. I am using the Class Zarian spreader, but I think I might go ahead a slurry spreader, that is. I might get one of the smaller ones out of the pack, because the main field, the grass field anyways, is small. But I will be keeping the Class Zarian because that's a recent purchase, and I will be using that mainly for my larger fields. That up. So I got plans. Come on. And then eventually I want to get into rice. That'll be another optimization for my flour. So I can make rice cakes, rice flour, which I don't have any rice. In this area somewhere, probably on the other side of the road over there in the distance, like way over there, is where I'm going to be having rice fields. So that's after I get the terraforming all done. Same thing. How are we doing for time? Yeah, I think I'm going to scoop myself back into the hole here and start comping here. I'm thinking I might go all the way to the end and then sort of work my way back down this way, I guess. Might be a good idea. We'll go back down here. Ugh, there's a hole here. Good. How's my fuel situation? Doing good. Actually, I'm surprised. I thought I would have went and burnt through a lot of fuel by now. Oh, more of that over there. Also, anyone that uses the I-beam tracker, I have the latest one installed. There is a Steam Workshop section on Steam. So if you don't know what I mean by that, is basically the public is creating profiles, custom profiles to use with the tracker, and they're uploading to Steam Workshop. So, and that is not just for Farming Simulator, that is also for a racing game. I'm not a big racer, so don't know any of the names of the game. Giants has one. Forget what the name of it is, but anyways, not material. Not important, I mean. What else? There's ATS, so American Truck Simulator profiles that people have created. And European Truck Simulator as well. Construction Simulator. Farming Simulator, there is some up there. I haven't tried them out though. So I'm just letting people know that Beam Eye Tracker has moved into using profiles. So if you are not sure how to set up the Beam Tracker, or you want it set up like a certain, like someone else, right? Or you want someone else to make a profile for you, well, there you go. It's going to be up on the Steam Workshop, so check that out. I'm not sure if it's only for... it might be just for the Steam version. I don't know, people that might not have the Steam version benefit from it, but I don't know. Maybe you can export the profile somewhere and upload to I don't know, Discord or something like that, maybe. I would say is if you find one on Steam, right, that you like, but you don't have the Steam version, and you can find the author, maybe you can ping them and say, hey, is there a way you could probably give that to me without me? uh, just as an idea. Or just here. But yeah, so that's going to be available, so you can check that out if you go on Steam. It seems like they're doing a lot of things to improve it for the community, so I think that's a big one, because usually a lot of people don't really want to have to play with settings very often. So having a profile set up might be ideal that you can share. Myself, I don't generally play with a lot of the settings in it. I probably could do a lot more. I might try some of the profiles just to see what happens, especially the farming simulator one. I'd be kind of curious to know if the farm sim guy has maybe uploaded to the workshop or something like that. If he uses that, he might not have the Steam version. I don't know, but I'll try some of them and see what it's like. Mind you, saving my existing profile. I think I have a setting that go back up further here. To sort of carve this out a bit better, I guess. Back a little bit. I'll probably move that over a little later. I guess I could have probably filled that berm up. Yeah, I can put more here. Oops. Nice, good berm. And then I have to work on the other side, but I'll get to that. I keep on hitting the pile and it tries to keep on going into my bucket. Alright, let's lift up a little higher. There we go. what I might do is, if I shift over, I might go the other direction on the other berm. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. So I'll just keep on working this way, and then I'll pull forward on the left there. And then I'll just raise the berm on the other side, really. Yeah, I think that's my plan. So, yeah, that'll work. Sounds like a plan to me. And then I still have to dig out the other side. How we do? It was still about half a day, so in game. And then I still have to get all of this stuff out of here, right? Before March. Remember to do that. Alright, let's put that in. Back up. Oh, you know what I should do? When I get to doing the, I've got an idea. I'm not going to do it today, but to help me get most of this stuff trucked out of here, what I could probably do is try course play with the wheel loader function. I'm not sure if that's in course play for FS25. I might play with that and see if I can get the wheel loader to try to help me pick up some of this stuff. and get it out of here. So develop my AI, my own little AI group, essentially. I think that would be fantastic. Yeah. All sorts of ideas come into mind. Good. All right. The other thing that I wanted to try was the levelers, because I installed those today. Might just grab one of those and just see exactly what I can do with it. I don't think it can do what I was thinking it would do, but I could be wrong. Hard to say. It's up here. Get to the end here. Good. Okay, I'm gonna start working on the other side. Because this is probably not the greatest setup here. Gnarly. The kids don't try this at home. I didn't do a very good job at leaving myself much of a area to work with. Oh well, I'll make do. Normally I wouldn't do that. I probably would maybe put a little bit of sand down underneath the tires and stuff like that. Or tracks, sorry. That up. Just to stabilize the excavator while I'm operating it. And if I was in mud, probably would use some mat. Mat down. Definitely mat. So I was talking about how Chilliwack is on a sort of like on a floodplain, you know, well at sea level pretty much. So, and it's also fertile soil, so a high potential for that, right? We do have some farmers that actually own excavators for some of their projects. We have, what is it? Highway Through Hell. You guys might have seen that show. It's a towing company or a towing show, right? Showing the worst situations for towing and stuff like that. Some pretty heavy wreckers and stuff like that. You can probably get it streamed on YouTube. But anyways, some of the episodes will actually show some excavators stuck in the mud, like because the operator didn't know what they were doing. They didn't go out with mat, right? To ensure that their equipment doesn't sink. As a result, they end up with a very expensive tow bill. One particular farmer, I think, was on the show 2 times. I kid you not. Pretty sure. They had, well, funny thing, they had a vineyard. Oh, as you know, I'm working on a vineyard. Sort of. Not wine, but it's the same equipment, but for blueberry, basically. You can use the oxbow for doing blueberry orchards, right? So, same thing, right? Vines, pretty much. Anyways, so they have an excavator and we're using it. Not sure what happened, but They got it stuck in the mud. I don't know. Maybe they just left it out in the field and um, went, left it after a work shift, and then the next day they show up and it's like up to the cab, sunk in whatever inside the bog, I guess you could say. Saturated wet soil, right? So, and like I said, I kid you not, I'm pretty sure that farm was on there for 2 episodes. Um, for 2 seasons, I should say. I should say that probably. So they got stuck in 1 season, and then of course the towing company got called out again for a similar thing. So I don't know. I don't think the operator didn't learn his lesson the first time or something. So I thought it was a little interesting. But I was like thinking, well, why don't you have? I was like thinking, why doesn't he have mats down? So, which is basically wood, right? Planks, and then you just you basically position your excavator onto the mat, basically. But you prevents you from seeping into the ground, right? Which is pretty neat. There's a YouTube channel. I can't remember. An American guy, and all he does is basically excavations and stuff like that, and some of the most interesting ones too. And meaning cleaning out like ponds, and I'm not talking like cement ponds or funny little ponds, you know, that you get in like mansions. I'm talking like, you know, you've got a property and you get a man-made pond put in, right? Where someone goes in and they dredge it out, fill it with water, put some plants in and put some fish in, that sort of thing. No cement involved, and it just becomes a natural ecosystem on the property, right? Some farmers do that, right? Well, at least where I live anyways. Anyways, so what he does is sometimes those ponds to be cleaned out, right? Because they get algae in there and sediment builds up, so it doesn't drain properly and it starts flooding, causes other damage. So he gets hired to go in there with his excavator and just digging everything out, just like what I'm doing right now in game. And he goes in, he brings with him, he has a thumb basically on the bucket, which clamps down so that he can go ahead and grab things like logs and brush, stuff like that. Because part of it, what he does too, is he also clears out, you know, poison ivy on properties, take out old trees and stumps, and try to clean up the property as well. So he doesn't do just ponds, he does other things too. So what he does with the thumb is he just clamps onto the mat, and he'll just, like, I don't know, reach over, scoop it up a little bit, put the thumb down, and then move it over to here, and then drop it, and then roll onto it going forward. He'll put probably two mats down to completely stabilize them so that he doesn't end up sinking. Some projects in the States, there was some flooding, I think, like from the hurricane and all of that stuff, right? Some of the hurricanes that they had over the years. So it does a lot of damage. So he ended up cleaning up like creek beds and killing off beaver dams and sorts of things. But the ground is saturated, right, with water is point. As a result, it just creates a mess. And so in order for him to do his job, he brings mats with him. He's rescued too some excavators. So there's been a few of his YouTube videos that I've watched where he's actually gone in and got a stuck excavator out. Takes the excavator operator to get another excavator operator out, without having to do a tow bill. So cool. Save some money, I guess. Unless I'm not sure if it was his company. It's not even his company. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to that. Maybe it is. But he'd go out there in the mat, right? And then with the mat, carry them, and then he'll get out there. He'll start clearing around the cab so that the operator can safely get into the cab of the excavator. And then in some cases they'll try to get it started, and if it operates or starts, then great. And to get them out, they would use the hydraulics on the arm and the boom, and they would basically lock buckets like this. And then in his excavator, he would pull forward like this. Oh, not like that, probably. Like that. And then the other guy in the other excavator would do, in between the joint power of the hydraulics from his excavator and the other excavator, they would be able to basically get it free. Plus, they would be running the truck as well. And then there would be enough mats put out there for basically him and the other guys. So he would probably take out maybe a total of 4 mats, I guess, or 6. Something like that. Quite more than 4 anyways. Probably 6, I think. And just have at it, really. And then get him on the set of mats. The other excavator up. Okay, what are we going to do? I'm going to just kind of clean this up a little bit, and then I'll shift over. I think. Because I'm reaching the end, I'm going to try to wheel off onto the road in behind. Go ahead. Behind. Obstructing. Oh, I should be fine. Probably work my way backwards. Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. I still have to do the other side, but I think I'll have to get rid of some of this sand, though. Start backfilling it somewhere, perhaps. A lot of work, that's for sure. Yep. And we're at about 113. I will also have to give some food to my animals. I'm gonna have to do that before I end the live stream. I forget. The cows are out. Well, they still got food. It's just that they're not getting TMR. I don't think. I'll be eating other material. Let's put this back up. Not sure exactly how this corner's gonna look, but get there. Whole bucket there. Dump it on the road here. Gonna go there anyway, so. And they work in that corner there. This is fantastic. I think I got it pretty much cleaned out tonight. I think it's maintaining the slope on the ramp. Fine, let me just do one more at here. I know I'm getting it all over the road, but that's okay. Oh, and I got two fill types there. Crap. Oh well, it'll sort itself out. I got stone in there too. Because the other trench I did not turn it into, I think that's good. If I don't like it, I can clean it up later. Let's just back up. This. Separate that. That's going to create a new berm here. Well, connect it to the existing one. This whole area is going to be scooped out. We'll have a lot of sand. That's all right. But yeah, I'm enjoying this. I'm probably going to use ditches. So on my roadways and stuff like that. Kinda interested in trying something like that in my road work on the map. So you can expect ditch work to be done Probably with excavator and whatever that other device is back in the distance over here. Way over there behind the whatever you call it, the conveyor belt. Oh, am I digging underneath the house building? Oh crap. They're still running. Haven't shut down. Move this out. Looks weird. I guess I'm gonna get wrapped inside my inside your thing there. It's inside my building. Oh, I just thought of it too. You know, when they introduced the boars, in some farmers, what they've done to get rid of like wild pigs and boars and stuff, they'd put big giant trenches around their property. I kid you not. As a method to try to keep those types of pests out of their land, essentially, out of their crops. They would dig miles upon miles of, like, well, trench, really, to try to take care of their wild pig or boar problem, whatever you want to call them. Most of them are domesticated pigs that have interbreeded with boars, as I understand it, in most places. So they're worse than boar, because I think to a degree, they're a little bit, you know, domesticated compared to wild boar, which are fearful, right? And they probably have a different diet. So, feral pigs or wild pigs or an interbreed of pig and boar, whatever you want to call them. Got it. I'm gonna start working this down, I guess. Do that. Back up a little bit. But I know they've tried all sorts of things, like sometimes they tried hunting them, but that costs a lot of resources too, right? You have to hire a bunch of people to herd them, get them. Depending on the method, right? They might use helicopters. That costs, you need a qualified pilot. That's a huge expense. And fuel for the helicopter. Crews to try to herd them, right? Traps, right? And like I said, sometimes it becomes a construction project, like I mentioned. Huge trenches around their fields. Farmers have done that. Putting traps down, all sorts of... It's a bit of a problem. A reality that a lot of farmers have to deal with. Really. It's not great. I got a lot of sand. Sandbox, everybody. Well, I can say. Whew. Probably gonna have to cut over here again. Yep. Go any deeper? And let's back up a bit. There we go. Fantastic. Doo-doo-doo. Probably carve this out of this. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I think I have to back up a bit from what I'm dealing with here. I'm almost done this side. Anyways, I think the other side is much larger though. So I've got a lot of digging over there. I don't think I'll do it on this episode though. But I think at least I do have a fairly good start anyways for putting orchards down. Yeah. It'd be great. carving here. There we go. This- to back up a bit. Ah, dang. Back up. Work on the edge here. That other edge is a little rough too, I think, but I think I have to work on it later or something. I don't know. But let's just take a look and see what we're dealing with here. Sand everywhere. I think it looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit of a ridge here. There is some undercutting on my things here. Oh well, that's all good. That's fine. For a large berm here, I got lots of berms. So, and my ramp is still intact. So that's good. And then I guess we'll have to start working this side. Point. This side is much larger. A little more involved, I guess. So, but I think most of this sand I'm going to get rid of, and some of this other aggregate that I have in here, and put it to use. Same with this. The trench I probably will modify a bit. I might make it deeper, and I might turn it to green. I don't know. Hard to say. The things to do, I say. See here. We need to feed the animals. So let's do that. I got silage that's probably ready. This is another situation, so as you can see, I've adjusted my method here. I got a much narrower path here, more specific, and it's gonna go, oops. Oh, damn. The water. Wow, created a hole to underneath the map, everybody. Go figure. To glitch something out. Alright, well, I'm hitting tab. Fix that. They didn't even know you could do that. I have to be careful over there, I guess. Let's feed our animals here. Yeah, here. Oh, check our goats. Or that they're good on food. Oh my gosh, my chickens. I have to feed them some sorghum over here. Sorghum. They're completely depleted. I have to watch those chickens, I guess. And then we have to get some silage for the cows. Because we are out. And I think that silage pit is probably ready to go. So we will do that. I do need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's oh crap. How did I end up way down here? Got about 5,000 liters of sorghum in here. I'll probably have to refill this at some point. I think it's going to take the rest of this. There, that should be good for now. Now I will have to go ahead and refill this with some sort of grain. We still have a little bit of silage left in there. Amazing. Oh. Don't mean to grab it. Let's fill this up with slurry. 37 liters. Shipping this off to the farm. Some point. Let's see here. Is this done? Yeah, it's fermented. That's kind of a weird way of opening it. How come the top open, but that's weird. Not sure how much is in there. That's about 439,000 liters. How much we got in there? How's this grass? Does it probably need some love? Growing, so I could probably fertilize it at some point. Oh yeah, front end loader. Yep, I still have the old Volvo. So we're gonna go and we're gonna put some silage into the barn. Probably gonna have to bring straw at some point. Taking quite a bit of my silage. Question I have it. 430,000? A little bit. Debating buying field and getting silage done. And behind this is a farming field. Look at doing to get this full. A lot of my grass work hitting. Also, when it comes to the Rado stuff coming, so about 10,000 liters bucket. What if we can set this up on course? No, I'll do that episode. Gonna do that. Gonna try to do that with the hand pile. If I can use courseplay to fill a dump truck. And over and not inside a bunker. So you could do that in Farming Simulator 22. I don't know if they transferred that function over to 25. But go figure. See how much milk we've got too. So if I do buy that large field, then that would mean that I would predominantly make hay out of the existing field that I, because I would probably put corn in that field and just filled this bunker with a lot. Happening. Oh, I have no spare capacity. We're gonna just dump this in here, leave this in here. Probably fill this up with a scoop. fantastic. The hay we have here. We have forage still. Stuck up close to this stuff. It all up. Not sure why it. I'm surprised grass isn't here. Stuff here too. Probably we'll just make some TMR, I guess. I got a bit of everything in here, really. Total mixed ration, because you just need half and half. Yeah. When that gets low, I don't think the robot has been through it yet, so I might be able to dump some in there already. Well, I can. There, because the robot hasn't been through, so I can finally empty this out. There, as the robot goes on a schedule, and then I can pick up some hay and move the hay to feed cows, I guess. And sheep. I have sheep to feed and goats. So there's a method to my madness. Spin around and go the other direction. Good enough. Okay. Right here and of course I left the flat deck here. Enough room to get in here. Oh boy. That's quite a fill up. And the rest I can dump into the hay loft area of the EMR mixer. I'm not sure if this needs any more mineral feed. We're getting pretty low. Milk. some more hay. There we go. Let's go dump more in there. Good enough. Let's take a look at our building project. So I do have a bridge on the go. I'm not sure what the status of it is. It sounds pretty quiet, so stay. Gonna have to put some more materials in there to get it going again. Probably. Oh, it needs prefab walls. We'll have to wait till next episode, I think. I wasn't expecting prefab. I do have one prefab wall. A few other items here. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll probably sort this out next episode. The Just want to thank Ben Bang for the subscription and Alan Musley for the subscription. So appreciate you guys. Please remember to like and subscribe, all that good stuff. We are still trying to progress to 1,000. Get at some point. We're really close. I mean, we're like what? Almost 900 almost, right? I'm like one subscription off from getting 900. Like 899. So we're getting there. We're getting there. And then it's just a track to 1,000 really after that. I just need 100 more. So 101. And then we will hit 1,000. And like I said, my plan is to have a live stream, 24-hour live stream. I will be renting a server. The server will be set up to be console and PC friendly. I guess I should say console friendly. PC players can do everything, right? And I'm probably going to limit the DLCs on it as well, just in case there's some people who have DLCs for all the DLCs. I have them all, so because I get the season pass for every game practically now. I say, yeah, and then the plan is I'm going to start working on getting a massive field made. It will be a silage harvest, and we're see if we can fill up silage bunkers, cheat in some money, and just have some fun hanging out. Content creators, of course, like I've been saying, are welcome to live stream during the event, and join me in Discord as well. So I imagine what will probably happen, because it'll be a 24-hour stream. Content creators will just rotate in when it's to their convenience, to join in to the fun, and try to keep me awake and keep me from crashing. Whatever you want to say, right? I've done 24-hour live streams before for charities in the past. I've probably done a total of 4 at least, or 5 before. One was a 12-hour live stream. I think I chickened out on 12 hours out of 24 hours. But anyways, I did it for Extra Life, which is Children's Hospital, uh, previously. Yeah, so people will be able to join in, live stream, have some fun. Yeah, the plan. Let's say this, and I'll see if I can send you guys off to someone. Farms. I went a little bit overboard too. I think I went on for at least an extra 2 hours. Usually stop at what, midnight, but it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna have to type in farms. Oh, there's early access for Azure. That is. There's not a lot of people. Uh, I don't know who this Azrael person is, so I'm gonna probably, maybe I won't forward you off and leave it as is. Anyways, thank you everybody. And we'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll try to do some short videos of today's live features, items, or aspects of this live stream up to YouTube. And we'll see you guys in the next one. Take care.